Chapter 2103. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Being Good at the Star River Prefecture and Taking Liberties with Fang Chen's Wife. These two crimes were enough for Fang Chen to kill him. The higher-ups of the Wuji sword sect had specially formulated some rules to protect the stable development of each faction. One of the rules was that the disciples of other factions were not allowed to barge into other people's residences without the consent of the mansion master. Without this restriction, some powerful disciples could casually barge into other factions' residences and slaughter them. How terrible would that be? The reason why Lan Shui and Lan He dared to barge into the Star River Prefecture was that the Star River Prefecture had just been established. They were not afraid of Fang Chen. Now, they had finally angered Fang Chen. The latter used a powerful technique to trap Lan Shui in a sky-piercing array. Do you have anything to say before you die? In the void, Fang Chen took a step forward and hovered in mid-air. He looked down at Lan Shui, who was in a sorry state, and asked coldly. Lan Shui, who was fleeing in a hurry, roared with a ferocious face, "Fang Chen, if you kill me, the Blue Moon Prefecture will not let you go." Blue Moon Prefecture? Fang Chen sneered. Lan Shui was still threatening him at this time? Do you think this threat will work on me? Fang Chen asked calmly. I have already sent a voice transmission to senior brother Lan He. He will be here soon. If you touch me, you won't have a good ending, Lan Shui said. Poochie. The sky-piercing array imprisoned Lan Shui's body. Then, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. The sword light slashed on his body. Suddenly, his arms were cut off. A miserable scream came out of Lan Shui's mouth. His body staggered in mid-air, and then suddenly fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing Fang Chen walking towards him recklessly, Lan Shui finally felt afraid. He sensed the aura of death approaching. His body was trembling and he finally stopped being stubborn. Love go little say Chu Fang Chen, please let me go. Lan Zhen knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping that Fang Chen could let him go. Let you go? Fang Chen sneered. Coincidentally, he had returned today. If he had continued to cultivate in the limitless sword pagoda, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Poochie. With another sword, Lan Zhen's legs were also cut off. His cultivation was directly crippled by Fang Chen, and he instantly became an ordinary person. Fresh blood splattered all over the sky. Lan Zhen's body was riddled with scars. It was also at this moment that a wild aura spread out from the Blue Moon Prefecture, rapidly approaching the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen, please be magnanimous and forgive me. It's my fault for harassing your wife, but that's not my intention. I'm just doing things for senior brother Blue River. Lan Zhen screamed miserably. As long as he could survive, there would be hope for revenge. But once he died, everything would vanish into thin air. Did you think of this when you attacked my wife? Fang Chen snorted coldly and no longer held back. He activated the immemorial soul refining art to the extreme. 6 terrifying sword lights, accompanied by 9 divine runes of order, erupted with a resplendent power that swept through the entire void and ruthlessly slashed Lan Zhen's body. At the same time, a furious voice came from outside the Star River Prefecture. Stop. The person who came was Blue River. He immediately rushed over after receiving Lan Zhen's distress signal. But when he felt the energy fluctuation in the immemorial array, he was shocked and roared in anger, wanting to stop Fang Chen. But it was too late. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the immemorial array shook. You're courting death. Blue River's face was gloomy as he roared in anger. Then, he released the divine runes of order and began to attack the immemorial array. Rumble. Within the array, Fang Chen's attack instantly drowned Lan Zhen. In the blink of an eye, Lan Zhen had no power to resist and died in the terrifying sword light. Glancing at Lan Zhen's corpse under his feet, Fang Chen's indifferent gaze penetrated the immemorial array and looked at Blue River. Whoosh. With a thought, Fang Chen put away the immemorial array. Blue River, who was attacking furiously, floated in the air and stared fiercely at Fang Chen. You killed Lan Zhen? Blue River was in disbelief when he saw Lan Zhen's corpse. Did this guy really kill Lan Xing? Trespassing in the Star River Prefecture and harassing my wife. These two crimes are enough to kill you. Lan Zhen's death has a lot to do with you, Fang Chen said calmly. Do you know what you're doing? Blue River's face was ferocious as he said coldly, Lan Zhen is a disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture. How dare you kill him? Don't you know that you're making an enemy of the entire Blue Moon Prefecture? I only know that if you don't leave, I'll report this to Elder Hishan. At that time, you won't be able to escape punishment, Fang Chen said indifferently. Blue River's heart burned with rage. He formed a complicated seal with both hands and unleashed a wild attack. A disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture won't die in vain. You'll have to pay with blood. After weighing the pros and cons, Blue River decided to take revenge. Now that he was blinded by anger, he couldn't care less. Rumble. Blue River's strength could be ranked in the top 100 in the Blue Moon Prefecture. He had already condensed 90,000 divine runes of order. His attack power was very strong. Although Fang Chen had absorbed 9 divine runes of order, his strength was still not comparable to the furious Blue River. Bang! 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 While fighting Blue River, he sent a message to Elder Hishan. Buzz! 2 terrifying ripples appeared in the sky above the Star River Prefecture. Then, a vortex appeared in the void, and 2 figures walked out from it. Stop! The moment the 2 figures appeared, the battle in the sky above the Star River Prefecture was forcefully stopped. Blue River was shocked to discover that his body had been imprisoned in the air, unable to move. He raised his head and looked into the distance. To his surprise, he discovered that Elder Hisan and another elder had already arrived. Elder Hishan, Elder Bai Wu. Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the two. Elder Hishan was in charge of receiving disciples and was also in charge of the outer sect's rules. What happened? Elder Hishan frowned and asked. Elder Hishan, please uphold justice for the Blue Moon Prefecture. At that moment, Lan Xian spoke first. Junior brother Lan Xian accidentally trespassed into the Star River Prefecture and was killed by Fang Chen. At that moment, Elder Hishan also saw the corpse below. Elder Hishan, Lan Xian deserved to die, Fang Chen said calmly. He knew that Elder Hishan would definitely uphold justice for him. Then, Fang Chen told Elder Hishan about how Lan Xian had trespassed into the Star River Prefecture and harassed his wife. Elder Hishan's expression was dark as he stared at Blue River. Blue River, you've been in the Boundless Sword sect for a long time. Don't tell me you don't even know the most basic rules. Elder Hishan asked. Faced with Elder Hishan's question, Blue River lowered his head. But even if my junior brother trespassed into the Star River Prefecture, he didn't deserve to die. Fang Chen was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Lan Xian insisted that Fang Chen was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Chen-ph, do you think I don't know your personality? Lan Xian's death is definitely related to you, Elder Hishan snorted coldly. He knew Blue River's personality like the back of his hand. This guy must have lusted after Star and Moon's beauty and instigated Lan Xian to trespass into the Star River Prefecture and work for him. Blue River was speechless and fell into silence. Although it's forbidden to kill members of the same sect, Lan Xian did make a mistake. It was not excessive for Fang Chen to kill him. As for you, seeing that Lan Xian is already dead, I won't pursue your wrongdoings. Bring Lan Xian's body back and give it a proper burial, Elder Hishan said. If I find out that you've broken the outer sect's rules again, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Thank you, Elder. Blue River carried Lan Xian's body and hurriedly returned to the Blue Moon Prefecture. Thank you, elders. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Kid, although you acted reasonably this time, you were a little reckless. Elder Hishan shook his head. The Star River Prefecture has just been established and there's only you. The Blue Moon Prefecture has been established for countless years and has already formed a foundation. You rashly killed Lan Xian. This is a slap to the Blue Moon Prefecture's face. That's right, Fang Chen, kid, you were too reckless. I'm sure the Blue Moon Prefecture won't let this go so easily. You have to be careful in the coming days. It's best if you stay in the Star River Prefecture and don't go out. Elder Bai Wu also warned. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with golden light. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, he had no regrets about what he did today. Chapter 2104. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. Unsurprisingly, Lan Xing's death caused a huge commotion in Blue Moon Manor. Some absolute geniuses who had been in closed-door cultivation all year round also came out and expressed their opinions on Lan Xing's death. The entire Blue Moon Manor was heavily guarded. A terrifying pressure enveloped the land. There were many disciples of Blue Moon Manor in the discussion hall of Blue Moon Manor. These disciples all came from the Blue Moon universe. Being able to grow to this stage was closely related to the resources of the Limitless Sword sect. It was inseparable. They had been in closed-door cultivation all year round for the sake of breaking through to the inner sect. But after Lan Xing's death, they still came out. Sitting at the highest position was a man wearing a golden robe. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows above his eyes. He gave off a very sharp feeling. This person was the current manor head of Blue Moon Manor. He was also the strongest person in Blue Moon Manor, Lan Jian. No one knew how many God Order runes Lan Jian had condensed. They only knew that his strength was terrifying. For so many years, no one in the outer sect could force Lan Jian to use his strongest technique. And Lan Jian himself was very low-key. He had been in closed-door cultivation all this time to pursue a higher realm. According to rumors, Lan Jian was already trying to break through to the Unity realm. Of course, these were all rumors. As for the actual situation, no one knew. There were many disciples standing below. Although they were also prodigies, in front of Lan Jian, they kept their incomparably arrogant hearts. As for Lan River, who was ranked in the top 100 of Blue Moon Manor, he didn't even have the qualifications to step into the discussion hall. But he was the person involved. He had to explain clearly what had happened. Speak. Lan Jian, who was sitting at the highest position, said indifferently. Although his voice was very calm, it made Lan River's heart tighten. His body trembled slightly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and licked his dry lips. He slowly said, "Senior brother Lan Jian, it's like this." Lan Jian had been listening to Lan River's narration seriously. Even if he had some doubts, he didn't interrupt. After a moment, Lan River finally finished speaking. Hearing this, Lan Jian nodded lightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at Lan River. Immediately, the latter's body trembled with fear. "In that case, the fault lies with my Blue Moon Manor?" Lan Jian asked calmly. "Senior brother Lan Jian, Star River Province's Fang Chen is too despicable. He's clearly very strong, but he lured junior brother Lan Jian to the sword puppet arena. This caused junior brother Lan Jian to lose twice. Junior apprentice brother Lan Xian remembers Fang Chen in his heart and hates him to the bone. I definitely wasn't the one who ordered him to enter the Star River Palace. It was completely his own decision." Blue River hurriedly explained. Lan Jian shook his head slightly. As the Blue Moon Manor's mansion lord, he had stayed in the Limitless Sword sect for an unknown period of time. Just by listening for a bit, he knew that the Blue Moon Manor was in the wrong. Trespassing into another faction's mansion is a taboo in the outer sect. But you two didn't take it seriously. Now, Lan Jian is dead. This is a slap to my Blue Moon Manor's face. Blue Arrow's business was still very calm, as if he was complaining about Blue River and Blue Starlight's actions. Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow, Junior Marshal Brother was confused for a moment. "I beg Senior Marshal Brother to give me a chance to redeem myself." "Senior Marshal Brother, please forgive me," Blue River said with a bitter face. Lan Jian raised his head and looked at Blue River again. "Although Lan Jian's death has a lot to do with you too, he is still a disciple of the Blue Moon Manor. However, he is still a disciple of our Blue Moon Mansion. Moreover, I watched him grow up in the Blue Moon universe. The dignity of the Blue Moon Manor cannot be trampled on by others." Blue Arrow said, "I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. As for whether you can seize it, it will depend on your own ability." "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow." Hearing this, Blue River was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly cupped his fists to thank him. Star River Palace's Fang Chen didn't care about the face of the Blue Moon Manor and killed Lan Zhan. This is a naked provocation. However, because he is too weak, I disdain to take action. Think of a way to get rid of him. After saying this, Blue Arrow's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall. Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow. I will definitely kill Fang Chen, Blue River said in a low voice. In a short while, the Blue Moon Manor's prodigies in the meeting hall left one after another. Just as Blue Arrow said, Fang Chen was too weak. He was only in the Void Realm. He wasn't worthy of them taking action. Moreover, they disdained to take action. This matter was left to Blue River to handle. Walking out of the meeting hall, Blue River's clothes were already drenched in sweat. His face was slightly pale. This was a sign of excessive fear. He was really afraid that Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow would kill him on the spot. Blue Arrow was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. This is all because of that guy Fang Chen. If I don't kill him, how can I continue to live in the Blue Moon Manor? Blue River's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Brat, just you wait." Star River Palace. Fang Chen's hands were placed on Star and Moon's shoulders. A violent power was injected into Star and Moon's body. He was healing Star and Moon. Although the latter didn't suffer any injuries from the fight with Lan Zhan's power had entered Star and Moon's body. However, Lan Zhan's power had invaded Xingyu's body. If it was not removed in time, it would be troublesome. Who? A moment later, Fang Chen removed his hands. Star and Moon's body was faintly filled with a gloomy aura. It's done. Fang Chen said softly. Seeing this, Star and Moon put on the clothes he took off with her small white hands. She tidied up a little and turned to Fang Chen. Brother Chen, you killed Lan Zhan. The Blue Moon Manor won't let you go. Star and Moon was a little worried. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's small hands and grinned. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. But, Star and Moon still wanted to say something, but her red lips were blocked. Then, her body was pressed down on the bed. After accompanying Star and Moon for a night, Fang Chen followed his plan the next day. He left the Star River Palace and went to the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. I already had a feeling last time. This time, I'll definitely succeed. Thinking that he could break the record of the Primal Chaos Void, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He was very curious. How much would his strength soar after absorbing 10 divine runes of order? Whoosh! After paying a certain amount of low-grade origin stones, Fang Chen entered the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. Today, the first floor was empty. There was almost no one cultivating. This is better. Fang Chen grinned. Soon after, he walked to the most central position and chose the best place to cultivate. Buzz. The surrounding air was filled with an extremely dense sword aura. It was just enough for him to immerse himself in cultivation. At this moment, outside the Everlasting Sword Pagoda, Senior Brother Blue River, Fang Chen has entered the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. Blue River hurried over. A Blue Moon Manor disciple who had been waiting here for a long time hurriedly reported. He wants to cultivate in the Everlasting Sword Pagoda? Blue River sneered. Although he couldn't attack in the Everlasting Sword Pagoda, he could interfere with his cultivation. Soon, Blue River entered the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. Only one person? Seeing that Fang Chen was alone, Blue River's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Boom. Blue River didn't say anything else. He clenched his fist and the surrounding sword aura quickly gathered on his fist. Then, he threw a punch in Fang Chen's direction. Dong. The terrifying sword aura exploded before it could even get close to Fang Chen. The terrifying energy wave directly engulfed Fang Chen's location, instantly interrupting Fang Chen's cultivation. Achem. Fang Chen's face was gloomy. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head. Blue River. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. He had just comprehended something, but at the most crucial moment, he was interrupted by Blue River. What? Am I disturbing you by cultivating here? Blue River grinned. Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. Blue River really didn't break the rules. He was very smart. He didn't attack him, but attacked the nearby void to affect him. Fang Chen snorted coldly. He sat down cross-legged again and continued to comprehend. However, Blue River continued to harass Fang Chen in the following period of time. Even when Fang Chen was furious, he continued to provoke him. A dignified Blue Moon Manor disciple is like this. Fang Chen mocked. What? Does my Blue Moon Manor's disciple need your guidance? Chapter 2105. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Actually, Blue River's goal was very simple. He wanted to provoke Fang Chen. He wanted Fang Chen to lose his mind and attack him. If that was the case, he would be able to fight back openly. However, it was clear that Fang Chen was more patient than he had expected. At first, he was very angry, but later on, he ignored Blue River. I can't be bothered with trash like you. Fang Chen sat cross-legged at the center. It was rare that no one was cultivating here, so this was his chance. The closer he got to the center, the thicker the sword Dao aura. Orderly runes. Fang Chen looked at the 9 orderly runes in his mind. Although their auras were completely opposite, they complemented each other. If I want to absorb the 10th rune, I have to resist the repulsive force of these 9 runes, Fang Chen said to himself. Seeing that Fang Chen was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating, Blue River's expression became even more gloomy. Not only did he not anger Fang Chen, but he also angered himself. Damn it! Blue River cursed inwardly. He continued to accumulate power and bombarded the space around Fang Chen, using this to affect Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen took out the 10th orderly rune and tried to absorb it. Seeing this, Blue River was secretly delighted. While absorbing the orderly rune, he couldn't be disturbed at all. You dare absorb the orderly rune in front of me? Are you sure you're not courting death? Blue River sneered. He continued to increase his power to disturb Fang Chen. Every time Blue River's attack exploded in the air, it created a powerful energy wave. These energy waves instantly engulfed Fang Chen's body. Absorb. Fang Chen already had a lot of experience in absorbing the orderly rune. Thus, when he took out the orderly rune, he didn't hesitate to absorb it. But as soon as he started, he ran into trouble. The other 9 orderly runes were forcefully repelling this orderly rune. Not good, the repulsive force is too strong. With a thought, a large number of sword-shaped runes appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. The dense aura of swordsmanship acted on the divine runes of order, wanting to complete the absorption. Crack! The repulsive force between the divine patterns of order grew stronger and stronger. In the end, even Fang Chen was unable to control it. The divine runes of order are absorbing my power. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of fear. Fusing with the divine runes of order was crazily absorbing the energy in his body. If this continued, his energy would soon be exhausted. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This can't go on. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Before this, he had also thought that absorbing the 10th merged divine rune of order would be somewhat dangerous. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. No, just as Fang Chen's mind was in a mess, Blue River suddenly attacked again. A terrifying energy wave instantly enveloped Fang Chen. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, the energy fluctuation didn't affect him at all. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the energy fluctuation that should have affected him was actually forcibly absorbed by the 10th merged divine rune of order. After absorbing the energy fluctuation, the repulsive force between the merged divine runes of order had clearly weakened. This works too. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He sneered and pretended to be hurt. Seeing this, Blue River increased his attack speed. Wave after wave of energy enveloped Fang Chen's body and was then absorbed by the merged divine runes of order. At this moment, Fang Chen also pretended to be pale, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. Kid, let's see how long you can last. Blue River sneered. For the final attack, he accumulated all the energy in his body and shot it at Fang Chen. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The vast amount of energy was completely absorbed by the divine runes of order. It was also at this moment that the situation took a turn for the better. Fang Chen could clearly feel that after the divine runes of order absorbed enough energy, they were actually gradually fusing into his body. Did I succeed? Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He closed his eyes and his understanding of the sword Dao instantly erupted, helping him absorb the last divine rune of order. I'll succeed soon. The other 9 divine runes of order were no longer obstructing him. The 10th divine rune of order naturally fused into Fang Chen's body. Dong. In a few breaths' time, the absorption of the 10th divine rune of order was completed. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared in the sky above the Wuji sword sect. The clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. A terrifying vortex appeared in the sky above the Wuji sword sect. Within the vortex, a terrifying power erupted. What is that? Whether it was the outer sect or the inner sect. Many disciples widened their eyes and looked at the sky in shock. A terrifying aura swept through the entire Wuji sword sect. Some of the weaker disciples prostrated themselves on the ground. This change directly alarmed the upper echelons of the Wuji sword sect. Many of the upper echelons floated in mid-air and stared at the sky. What's going on? Some of the elders with higher positions asked in confusion. How could this happen all of a sudden? Could it be that an expert has descended upon our Wuji sword sect? For a moment, the entire Wuji sword sect was in an uproar. And Fang Chen, who was in the Wuji sword pagoda, absorbed the divine rune of order into his body. Dong. His body had undergone earth-shaking changes. So strong. Fang Chen felt that the power in his body was about to erupt. Let's go. He couldn't stay here for long. He glared at Lan He and hurriedly left the Wuji sword pagoda. When he walked out of the Wuji sword pagoda, he was also stunned by the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. What's going on? Soon, Fang Chen realized something. This phenomenon was very likely caused by him absorbing the 10th divine rune of order. I can't let others find out. Instantly, Fang Chen left the Wuji sword pagoda and returned to the Star River prefecture. From Lan He's point of view, Fang Chen was heavily injured because of his interference and hurriedly returned to the Star River prefecture to recover. Wang. The strange phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it disappeared. However, the aftermath still caused a huge commotion in the Wuji sword sect. The outer sect and inner sect elders all gathered together to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this incident, listing out all the possibilities. And the discussion among the disciples was even more intense. Some disciples said that it was probably caused by an important person in the inner sect breaking through. Some disciples said that an expert had just descended upon the Wuji sword sect and was chased away by the upper echelons. In short, there were many different opinions about this incident. At the peak of the Wuji sword mountain, on a snow-white stone pillar. The stone pillar was so tall that one could see the entire Dongxian heaven at a glance. Even the disciples of the Wuji sword sect didn't know about the existence of this stone pillar. An old man sat cross-legged on the stone pillar. He looked at the gradually dissipating vortex in the sky with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then, he muttered to himself, I never thought that such a monstrous genius would appear in the Wuji sword sect. It seems that the heavens are really protecting the Wuji sword sect. When the old man finished speaking, his gaze fell on Fang Chen, who was hurriedly returning to the Star River prefecture. His gaze was burning as he stared at Fang Chen. A monstrous genius from the Star River universe? The old man muttered to himself with an excited smile on his face. It seems that I can't hide from the Star River ancestor. However, as soon as the old man finished speaking, an illusory figure appeared in front of the stone pillar. Ha ha ha, I just said that I can't hide from the Star River ancestor. I didn't expect you to appear. The old man grinned when he saw the newcomer. I already noticed this kid when he first came to Dongxian Sky. His potential in the sword Dao is very powerful, but I still underestimated his potential, the Star River ancestor said with a smile. If the news of the Star River ancestor's praise spread, the entire Void Star Sky would be shaken. What? You want to snatch this kid from me? Jian Wuji said calmly. The Star River ancestor shook his head slightly. This kid has already broken the record of the chaotic void by absorbing the 10th divine rune of order. I don't want his identity to be exposed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, I won't interfere with his cultivation. The Wuji sword sect is more suitable for him, but I hope that you can help him when he's in danger. Chapter 2106. Genius 1 second. Remember, love goes small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. No one knew about the conversation between the Xinghe ancestor and Jian Wuji. Both of them were top experts of void star sky. If they didn't want others to know about their conversation, no one would be able to find out. Soon, the projection of the Xinghe ancestor left. On the snow-capped stone pillar, Jian Wuji's eyes glowed with a glimmer of light. Recalling his conversation with the Xinghe ancestor, he could feel that the latter valued Fang Chen very much. You said you wouldn't disturb his cultivation, but in reality, you still did. Jian Wuji grinned. The Star River great ancestor's means were exceedingly high. Just now, he had used an incredible method to directly shield the heaven and earth phenomenon triggered by Fang Chen. Although it seemed shocking, only the people of the Wuji sword sect could see it clearly. As for the other sects of Dongxian heaven, such as the Divine Phoenix sect and the Divine Blade sect, they could only vaguely sense it. At most, they would think that an expert of the Wuji sword sect had broken through. They wouldn't think that a Void Realm martialist had absorbed the 10th divine rune of order. Jian Wuji's gaze fell on the Xinghe palace. He stared at Fang Chen carefully and felt that this little guy was very strange. What a curious guy. Jian Wuji grinned. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. You broke the historical record of the chaotic void and absorbed the 10th divine rune of order. I wonder how strong you will be in the future. Jian Wuji sighed when he spoke up to hear. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance as a melancholy expression appeared between his brows. He muttered to himself, perhaps the Xinghe ancestor is right. I still need to explore my own path. After saying that, Jian Wuji's figure disappeared from the stone pillar. The shock in the Wuji sword sect was gradually forgotten by people as time passed. In the end, there was no official answer. However, in order to calm the frightened disciples, the senior elders deliberately explained that the phenomenon was caused by an expert of the sect breaking through. Only then did the aftermath of the heaven and earth anomaly gradually dissipate. Over the past few days, Fang Chen had been in the Galaxy Prefecture. Other than accompanying his wife, the star and moon, he was also controlling the 10 fused divine runes. After a few days of endless research, he finally had a thorough understanding of the 10 divine order runes. After carefully examining his body, Fang Chen made some conclusions. Absorbing 10 fused divine runes of order had broken the historical record of the primal chaos void. His gains were huge. First of all, his physical body had become stronger. Most importantly, he discovered that his body was no longer a perfect sword body, but a sword body of a higher level. As for what it was exactly, he still needed to explore it. However, although he didn't know what his physical body had become, Fang Chen knew that his strength had increased countless times. Now, even if he relied on pure strength, he could defeat a divine inscription realm expert like Lan Zhen. Secondly, his primordial spirit had improved. From the 4th origin realm to the 5th origin realm, there were now 5 golden men in his mind. The 5th origin realm primordial spirit had allowed Fang Chen's spiritual sense to increase dramatically, and his soul Dao cultivation had reached a new level. Now, his soul Dao had reached the middle stage of the cosmos god realm, similar to the divine inscription realm. However, he lacked a powerful soul Dao divine technique at the moment. This was his shortcoming. Other than these two things, Fang Chen also felt that his talent in sword Dao had improved again. Originally, he was already the most outstanding expert, but now, his talent in sword Dao had improved again. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the most talented person in sword Dao in the outer sect. Feeling the changes in his body, Fang Chen was ecstatic. 10 divine order runes. Even now, Fang Chen felt that he was dreaming. I have to thank Blue River for this. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to absorb them so smoothly. A cold glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He knew that Blue River wouldn't let the matter of Lan Xian's death go, but he still used such despicable methods to disturb him. With my current strength, I should be able to challenge Blue River. I just lack a powerful sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Chen frowned. In the Boundless Sword sect, one had to pay a sufficient price to obtain any cultivation resources. Sword techniques were the foundation of the Boundless Sword sect. Even the most basic sword technique required a certain amount of origin stones to obtain. To Fang Chen, this was somewhat helpless. He now had a total of 20,000 low-grade origin stones. It was enough to purchase an ordinary sword technique, but it was far from enough to purchase a powerful sword technique. Hua-la! All of a sudden, ripples appeared in the void. Then, a vortex that was so small that it was almost invisible appeared. Just as Fang Chen was on guard, a yellowed book slowly appeared from the vortex. Shoo! After the book appeared, it quickly shot in front of Fang Chen. He subconsciously caught it with his hand, and the vortex disappeared. The Star River Prefecture regained its tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Traceless Sword Technique. When Fang Chen saw the 4 words on the book, he was stunned as well. Immediately, he quickly flipped open the book and stared at the contents. After a while, Fang Chen's breathing became rapid, and his face was filled with shock. He shook his head hard and looked at the book in his hand in disbelief. Immediately, he looked around to see who had given this sword technique to him. Universe-level divine technique. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He held the yellowed book tightly with both hands, and his heart was in turmoil. Divine techniques were divided into 3 grades: King, Heaven, and Sacred. Above the divine grade divine spells were the legendary cosmic grade divine spells. Universe divine techniques were also divided into 3 grades: inferior, intermediate, and superior. In the Wuji Sword sect, most of the disciples cultivated intermediate universe divine techniques. As for the superior universe divine techniques, only the top 100 geniuses on the Wuji Sky Tablet could cultivate them. Above the superior universe divine technique, there was another type called the superior universe divine technique. This universe divine technique was very domineering, and it had extremely high requirements for the sword principal talent. In the entire outer sect, there was not a single disciple who could cultivate a superior universe divine technique. However, the traceless sword technique in front of him was a genuine superior universe divine technique. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? One had to know that the highest grade divine technique he had ever cultivated was the inferior universe divine technique, the sword drawing technique. Suddenly, he received a superior universe divine technique. He could not react in time. Who was it that sent the traceless swordsmanship to me? Fang Chen could not figure it out. He even suspected that it was He San and Bai Wu, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This was a superior universe divine technique. Jian Wuji sat cross-legged on the sky-piercing stone pillar, looking down at it from above. Although I won't easily interfere with your cultivation, I still have to give you some resources to guide your cultivation, Jian Wuji muttered to himself. It was obvious that he was the one who gave the traceless sword technique to Fang Chen. Little brat, the traceless sword technique is considered one of the best superior universe divine techniques. If you can cultivate it, surpassing the Unity Realm will be just around the corner. Jian Wuji continued, I hope you won't disappoint me. In fact, Jian Wuji had other thoughts when he gave the traceless sword technique to Fang Chen. It had been 10 billion years since an outer sect disciple had cultivated the traceless sword technique. He wanted to see if the super genius who had absorbed 10 divine imprints of order and broken the record of the primal chaos void could cultivate the traceless sword technique. At the same time, he also hoped that the traceless sword technique could raise Fang Chen's cultivation level so that he could protect himself in the outer sect. Within the Star River Prefecture, Fang Chen was still excited about the traceless sword technique. Although he did not know who had given it to him, he guessed that it should be a super expert from the Limitless Sword sect. Senior, thank you for giving me the traceless sword technique. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. This junior will never forget this kindness. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the void. Then, his burning gaze landed on the traceless sword technique. Chapter 2107. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. The traceless sword art required extremely high talent in the sword Dao to comprehend. Love go little say neck furthermore, it also required a strong physique. This physique didn't just refer to physical strength, it also referred to compatibility with the sword Dao. The higher the compatibility, the more power one could withstand from the traceless sword art. Fang Chen was already satisfied with these 2 points. In the following time, he immersed himself in comprehending the traceless sword art. The traceless sword art had a total of 3 moves. The 3 moves seemed simple, but they gave off a cryptic and profound feeling. It had been 10 billion years since an outer sect disciple had mastered the traceless sword art. From this point, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the traceless sword art. The core of the traceless sword art is actually similar to the space-time cultivation system. Fang Chen thought to himself as he seriously studied the traceless sword art. Traceless and traceless, as the name implied, was the highest level of the traceless sword art. When performing this sword art, one would be able to kill without leaving a trace. This was the highest level of the traceless sword art. Blue Moon Manor. Blue River, how's the matter I gave you? A disciple stronger than Blue River asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, big brother Blue Devil. Fang Chen was absorbing the divine runes of order in the unbounded sword pagoda not long ago. After I interfered, he was heavily injured. He's probably still hiding in the Star River Manor to recover. Blue River grinned. The disciple called Blue Devil nodded lightly and said indifferently, Senior brother Blue Arrow is already very unhappy because of Blue Star. If you can't handle this matter well, you don't need to appear in the Blue Moon Manor anymore. Hearing this, Blue River's heart trembled, but he could only nod. Don't worry, big brother Blue Devil. I'll definitely kill that kid. Blue River said confidently. Blue Devil said, try to be fast. If you can't, then fight that kid to the death. Recently, our Blue Moon Manor has a mission that requires disciples to go out and complete. I'm prepared to fight for you. Hearing this, Blue River was secretly happy. Thank you, big brother Blue Devil. If I successfully complete the mission, I'll definitely thank you. Blue River said hurriedly. Going out on a mission could be said to be the most profitable thing. Every disciple hoped to go out and carry out missions. That way, they would be able to reap the benefits of cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a quota to go out and carry out missions. Outside of the Limitless Sword sect, each sect had their own intelligence department. This kind of intelligence agency basically searched for valuable cultivation sacred grounds or the remains of experts in Dongxian Sky territory. Once they found something, they would send the information back. Then, the manor head would issue a mission to send disciples to explore. This was another way for each bloodline to compete. Whoever had more cultivation resources would be able to quickly increase their strength, and thus, they would have a higher authority in the Limitless Sword sect. Yes, the fastest is 5 days. I should be able to get it for you. Blue Devil seemed to be very confident in himself. Then I'll wait for Big Brother Blue Devil's good news. Blue River said with a laugh. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen's cultivation of the traceless sword art was surprisingly smooth. Even he could not believe it. The Supreme Universe Divine Art, which was said to be extremely difficult to cultivate, was actually cultivated by him in an instant. Does this mean that I've cultivated it successfully? Fang Chen muttered to himself in disbelief. He could already clearly display the first move of the traceless sword art. It was as if he was dreaming. Swoosh! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and his body flickered. The hidden star sword vibrated, and a fine sword light escaped from an imperceptible spot. This sword light combined with the power of the 10 divine runes of order, forming an explosive force that directly exploded in the void. Buzz! The wild sword aura swept through the entire Star River prefecture. Fang Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. After he stabilized himself, his eyes widened as he looked at the torn space. This, Fang Chen was ecstatic. Although he was a little inexperienced in using the first move of the traceless sword art, he had finally mastered it. Its power had already surpassed the sum of the sword drawing technique and the immemorial soul refining art. Just this move alone is enough for me to enter the top 1000 on the Wuji Sky Steely, right? Fang Chen said. The Wuji Sky Steely was the ranking of the outer sect disciples. There were only 1000 names on it. Disciples who could enter the Wuji Sky Steely were all extremely talented and unparalleled. Entering the Wuji Sky Steely was also a symbol of status. Every palace master of the 72 lineages had entered the Wuji Sky Steely. Only Fang Chen was too weak to reach the divine rune realm. Because of this, many disciples of the lineage of stars secretly mocked them. Now, Fang Chen could finally enter the Wuji Sky Steely. Amazing. Now, Fang Chen was extremely impressed with the traceless sword art. Ha ha ha, with this sword art, if I meet Lan He again, I'll be able to kill him in one move. Fang Chen laughed. On the stone pillar at the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, Jian Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. His withered face was filled with disbelief. This guy mastered the traceless sword art just like that. His heart shuddered slightly. After a long while, Jian Wuji's inner breath calmed down. He grinned and said, as expected of the guy who broke the historical record of the chaotic void. He only used 5 days to master the first move of the traceless sword art. With this move, he can enter the Wuji Sky Steely. He can be considered to have some ability to protect himself in the outer sect. In the Star River Prefecture, energy fluctuations spread out in the void. Fang Shi, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, finally came out. Father, I've already formed 50,000 divine runes of order. As soon as Fang Shi came out, she ran to Fang Chen's side. Her face was filled with excitement. For someone like her who didn't like to cultivate, forcing her to cultivate in seclusion was simply asking for her life. As he spoke, Fang Shi released 50,000 divine runes of order. Her aura was extremely shocking. Father, can I join the Wuji Sword sect now? Fang Shi asked, blinking her eyes. Of course. That's great. From now on, I'm a disciple of the Star River Prefecture, Fang Shi said excitedly. Under her urging, Fang Chen found Elder He-san. Fang Chen, what's the matter? Did the Blue Moon Prefecture make things difficult for you? Elder He-san asked anxiously. Elder He-san, the Blue Moon Prefecture didn't make things difficult for me. I called you here because I have a request. Fang Chen cupped his fists. You don't have to be so formal with me. Just say what you want. Elder He-san waved his hand. Because of Fang Chen's relationship with Bai Wu, he had high hopes for Fang Chen. It's like this. My daughter, Fang Shi, has already formed 50,000 divine runes of order. I would like to ask Elder He-san to accept her into the Wuji Sword sect. Fang Chen briefly explained Fang Shi's situation. Hey, your daughter. Elder He-san carefully observed Fang Shi. He could feel that the latter wasn't simple. No problem. However, Elder He-san didn't ask for more details. Soon, the induction ceremony was completed. Fang Shi became a disciple of the Star River Prefecture and could freely enter and leave the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. After the ceremony, Elder He-san took his leave. Yay, I finally don't have to stay in the Star River Prefecture anymore. Fang Shi jumped up and down, giggling as she said. Then, she said goodbye to her father and hurriedly left the Star River Prefecture. Filled with curiosity about the Wuji Sword sect, Fang Shi couldn't wait to walk around and see what was so special about it. Inside the Blue Moon Prefecture. Blue River, I've already gotten a spot for you. Don't mess it up this time, Blue Devil warned. Don't worry, Big Brother Blue Devil. I definitely won't disappoint you. Blue River said confidently. It's about time. Pack up and prepare to leave the mountain. Blue Devil nodded. However, at this moment, a servant hurriedly ran over and whispered in Blue River's ear. Achem. Blue River's expression changed and he looked at Blue Devil. What is it? Blue Devil asked. Chapter 2108. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. The fact that Fang Shi had the 10,000 harmonies body was still unknown to the outside world. Love go little say neck. Furthermore, she had just been accepted as an official disciple of the Star River Prefecture, so the people of the Blue Moon Prefecture had no idea. Blue Devil and Blue River hated the Star River Prefecture to the bone, so they couldn't wait to make a move on the people of the Star River Prefecture. In the plaza, Fang Shi was walking around energetically. Among them, there were a few young talents who were very nice to her and wanted to chat with her. However, they were all rejected by Fang Shi. "Miss, you don't look familiar. You must have just joined the Limitless Sword sect, right?" A disciple with a fan in his hand said with a gentle smile, "The Wuji Sword sect has a strict hierarchy, and there are many rules. Since you're new here, there are many things that you don't know. Can I help you?" Fang Shi's appearance was the same as her mother's, the type that could cause the downfall of a country. However, she wasn't as cold as her mother. Her personality was exceptionally fiery. Therefore, any young disciple who saw her would develop feelings of admiration for her. "No need." Fang Shi politely rejected. "Miss," the man holding the folding fan still wanted to say something, but Fang Shi turned around and left. Many disciples were pointing at Fang Shi, discussing animatedly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Fang Shi passed by the plaza, Blue River finally arrived. Crash. Blue River's figure landed in front of Fang Shi. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Shi. Seeing a stranger blocking her path, Fang Shi was a little surprised and frowned. "Didn't Fang Chen tell you that those who aren't disciples of the Limitless Sword sect can't leave the mansion?" Blue River said coldly. "I can see the killing intent in your eyes. You and I have never met before, but you have killing intent towards me. There is only one possibility, and that is that you have a grudge against my father," Fang Shi said calmly. "H, you have a sharp tongue." Blue River laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter if you're Fang Chen's daughter or not. You left the Star River Prefecture without permission and went against the rules of the Limitless Sword sect. As an outer sect disciple, I have the right to arrest you." After saying this, Blue River directly attacked. Rumble. The wild divine order runes floated in the sky, erupting with vast power. Seeing this, Fang Shi's expression changed drastically. Damn it. Facing such a strong opponent, Fang Shi wasn't afraid. He calmly activated 10,000 infusion body to deal with Blue River. Dong. After the two divine order runes collided, a dazzling light exploded. Fang Shi was forced back a few steps. After she stabilized herself, a sly look flashed through her beautiful eyes. Just now, she had used the power of 10,000 infusion body to secretly invade Blue River's body and absorb his innate divine ability. Increase strength. Isn't this innate divine ability too trashy? Fang Shi's small white hand patted the dust on his clothes, then curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Chem? How did you know?" Hearing this, Blue River's expression changed drastically. He came from a powerful clan in the Blue Moon universe and had an innate divine ability. His clan's divine ability only increased strength at the beginning, but later on, it would evolve into an even more powerful divine ability. Up until now, Blue River had been pretending. Because it increased strength, outsiders couldn't see it. However, this little girl actually saw through his divine ability at a glance. "Who are you?" At this moment, Blue River had no choice but to seriously examine Fang Shi. "Don't you already know?" Fang Shi said. Blue River's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and used a thunderous attack on Fang Shi. "No matter who you are, if you break the rules, you will be punished." Fang Shi naturally couldn't block Blue River's all-out attack, but with 10,000 infusion body, he could still deal with it. The battle was very intense. In the blink of an eye, it reached its climax. Bang! In one exchange, Fang Shi was forced back by Blue River. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. "Just surrender obediently." Blue River walked step by step towards Fang Shi, a sly look flashing through his eyes. He could use this opportunity to capture her and use her to threaten Fang Chen. Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen was cultivating when his communication jade pendant suddenly flashed. After picking up the jade pendant, Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. "Damn it." Fang Chen cursed. Immediately, he used the space-time cultivation system and disappeared. Because he was worried about his daughter's safety, he increased his speed to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, he traveled through the void and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, he saw his daughter being forced back by Blue River, who was trying to suppress her. Blue River, you're courting death. Fang Chen couldn't care less. With a roar, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Then, he activated all the strength in his body and used the first move of the traceless sword art. Rumble. The hidden star sword burst out with a sword light that caused people to tremble. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through the void and directly shot towards Blue River. Blue River, who was dealing with Fang Shi, felt a trace of danger. When he raised his head, his expression changed drastically. Not good. Blue River cursed inwardly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Poochie. The shocking sword light pierced through Blue River's body without any resistance. Then, it dragged his body and stabbed it into the ground. The sword nailed Blue River, who was in the divine inscriptions realm, to the ground. Crash. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless disciples looked at this scene, dumbfounded. They shook their heads hard and couldn't believe what they had just seen. Heavens, how strong is Fang Chen? He nailed Blue River with one sword. His only in the void realm. That sword art just now was too shocking, right? For a moment, the square was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the swordsmanship that Fang Chen had displayed. Fang Chen walked to Fang Shi's side and checked his body. He asked gently, "Are you okay?" "Father, I'm fine." Fang Shi stuck out his tongue and said with a smile. Fang Chen lightly nodded his head and walked towards Blue River step by step. At this moment, Blue River's heart was filled with fear. His mind was filled with the shocking sword strike that Fang Chen had just unleashed. That sword light is simply too shocking. Blue River thought to himself. He felt a lingering fear. He felt pain all over his body. When he saw Fang Chen walking towards him, he used all his strength to shatter the sword light that had pierced through his body. Then, he crawled up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression. "How dare you touch my daughter? Do you want to die?" Fang Chen's ice-cold voice reverberated across the square. "Fang Chen, you..." Blue River hadn't even finished speaking when Fang Chen slashed again. The terrifying sword light pierced Blue River's body again. This time, the latter fell to the ground. His aura was weak and he had lost the ability to fight. "If we weren't in the unbounded sword sect, you would have died long ago," Fang Chen said coldly. "Stop." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Soon after, the sound of something rushing through the air was heard. Then, Blue Devil appeared beside Blue River. He glanced at Blue River, who was lying on the ground. Then, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. He wanted to kill him with his gaze. "Did you injure him?" Blue Devil pointed at Blue River and asked. Fang Chen nodded. "That's right. I was the one who injured him. If we weren't in the unbounded sword sect, I would have killed him long ago. This kind of person is a disaster. Why did you injure him?" Blue Devil asked in a low voice. His words were full of threat. "He attacked my daughter. Big brother Blue Devil, you have to help me." Blue River cried out miserably. Blue Devil laughed coldly and continued, "Do you know the rules of the unbounded sword sect? Before you become an official disciple, you can't leave the residence. You allowed your daughter to violate the rules of the unbounded sword sect and leave the residence without permission. This is a violation of the sect's rules." Blue River was only punishing the offender on behalf of the sect. What crime did he commit? You, on the other hand, protected your daughter and injured Blue River. Do you know your crime? Blue Devil's cold voice echoed in the plaza. His attitude was very strong. He wanted to help Blue River get back at him. Fang Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, "What crime did I commit?" Chapter 2109. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. There was no need for the galaxy lineage to continue existing. This was a blatant threat. No one in the outer sect would dare to say such arrogant words. However, Blue Devil did. Because the Galaxy Palace was too weak. He could destroy it with one hand. What a joke. It's not up to you to decide if the Galaxy Palace needs to continue existing. Fang Chen sneered. He looked at Blue Devil as if he was looking at an idiot. Besides, you don't have the right to say such things. Are you doubting my decision? Blue Devil asked darkly. So what? If you have the ability, then destroy my Star River Palace's bloodline, Fang Chen said coldly. Blue Devil was furious and prepared to attack. However, Elder He-san and Elder Bai Wu arrived side by side. When the two of them saw the scene in the square, they frowned slightly. They were somewhat displeased. What's going on? Elder He-san asked coldly. Seeing Elder He-san arrive, Blue Devil became even more arrogant. Elder He-san, Galaxy Palace disciple Fang Chen allowed his daughter to leave the Galaxy Palace without permission. This is already against the outer sect rules. My junior brother Lan, he is enforcing the outer sect rules. He wanted to capture this girl and hand her over to Elder He-san for punishment. However, Fang Chen protected his daughter and injured my junior brother. Elder He-san, please uphold justice for my junior brother. After Blue Devil finished speaking, he glared at Fang Chen. His meaning was clear. Now that the elders were here, let's see how you're going to deal with this. After Elder He-san heard Blue Devil's words, he nodded lightly and turned around. Blue Devil, are you sure Fang Shi violated the outer sect rules? Absolutely. This girl didn't join the Wuji Sword sect at all. Blue Devil cupped his fists. Bullshit. Love go little say W, chew instantly. Elder He-san flew into a rage and yelled, are you questioning my decision by saying that? Elder He-san? Lan Mo was at a loss as to what to do after being scolded by Elder He-san. He did not understand what he had said wrong and why Elder He-san would scold him. I can tell you clearly that this matter is your junior brother's fault. He, Blue River, had only himself to blame. He had brought this upon himself. Fortunately, Fang Chen showed mercy. Otherwise, even if he was killed, the sect wouldn't punish him, Elder He-san said in a low voice. Blue Devil didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Elder He-san to have such an attitude. Elder He-san, as an elder in charge of the daily affairs of the outer sect disciples, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to side with the Star River Prefecture? Lan Mo asked in a low voice. This old man held a ceremony for Fang Shi not long ago, yet you say that this old man is biased towards the Star River Prefecture? Come on, tell me, how exactly did I help the Star River Prefecture? If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving, Elder He-san said. Lan Mo was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he widened his eyes. How is that possible? At this moment, Lan Mo felt as if 10,000 mud horses were galloping through his mind. He glared fiercely at Blue River, who was lying on the ground, his heart filled with rage. Didn't this damned guy say that Fang Chen was the only one in the Star River Prefecture? He dared to attack without even asking for information. Even if Lan Mo had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare question Elder He-san's words. Fang Shi has met the requirements to become a disciple and has officially become a disciple of the Star River Prefecture. What's wrong with him leaving the Star River Prefecture and wandering the outer sect? Elder He-san continued to ask as he stared at Lan Mo. At this moment, Lan Mo wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Love go little say net Q countless mocking gazes shot towards Lan Mo from the plaza, making him feel like he had lost all face. And you, Blue River, don't you know how to cultivate all day? I don't know what you're thinking about. Even if Fang Shi broke the rules, the law enforcement department would punish him. What are you doing jumping out? Elder He-san scolded loudly. I know that the Blue Moon Prefecture is prejudiced against Fang Chen for killing Lan Xing. But you should know that it was Lan Xing who broke the rules first. Elder He-san continued, Scram, this old man doesn't want to see you. Aren't you embarrassed to be pinned to the ground by a new disciple? Elder He-san is right. Lan Mo cupped his fists towards Elder He-san, then quickly pulled Lan River up and disappeared from the plaza. I've caused trouble for Elder He-san again, Fang Chen said apologetically. Elder He-san waved his hand and said, I didn't think this through. It's my fault for not announcing Fang Shi's entry into the sect. However, I don't think anyone will cause trouble for you in the future. At the peak of the unbounded Sword Mountain, atop a towering stone pillar wrapped in pure white snow, Jian Wuji beamed as he looked down at the scene below. When he saw Fang Shi, a smile actually appeared on his calm face. As expected of this guy's daughter, she actually has the rare myriad fusion body. Who was Jian Wuji? He was one of the top experts in the entire starry sky. Moreover, he was in charge of the enormous unbounded sword sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his words carried a lot of weight in the unbounded sword sect. Interesting. Jian Wuji chuckled. I've always been looking for a successor. Who would have thought that it would be in my unbounded sword sect? Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Actually, Jian Wuji wanted to accept Fang Chen more. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't the only one paying attention to Fang Chen. There was also Ancestor Xing He. He couldn't compare to Ancestor Xing He, so he could only settle for the next best thing and accept the myriad fusion body. Most importantly, the myriad fusion body was more suitable for him to inherit his legacy. Ha ha ha. Jian Wuji was very happy. Inside the Blue Moon Prefecture, Lan Mo was so angry that he smashed all the porcelain in the room to the ground. What an idiot. I was almost punished by Elder He-san because of him. Lan Mo roared angrily. If Lan River hadn't secretly left the unbounded sword sect, he would have given him a few slaps. You better get something out of this operation. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Lan Mo said sinisterly. The deadline for the mission had arrived. After Lan River was brought back by Lan Mo, he ate some healing pills and recovered some strength. Then, he left in a hurry. At this moment, Fang Chen also received a piece of news in the Star River Prefecture. Ahem. Lan River left. Fang Chen was a little confused. Why did Lan River leave? This guy has attacked me time and time again. He even attacked my daughter. I can't let him live. After learning that Lan River had left, Fang Chen settled down in the Star River Prefecture and quietly left the unbounded sword sect. Unbounded town. Damn Fang Chen. It's all because of you. I won't let you go. Lan River sat in a restaurant and drank big mouthfuls of wine as he cursed in his heart. He had to complete this mission and get a big reward. Only then would he be able to get Big Brother Lan Mo's forgiveness. What kind of mission is this guy going to do? Fang Chen used his spacetime cultivation system to hide in the void and eavesdrop on Lan River's words. Originally, he was going to attack Lan River after leaving Unbounded Town, but now he changed his mind. Judging from what this fellow is saying, it seems that he has discovered an incredible historical site with an inherited cardinal treasure inside, Fang Chen pondered. After coming to the Unbounded Sword sect, he realized that the competition for cultivation resources was much more intense than he had imagined. Although he had mastered the traceless sword technique and absorbed the 10th rune, he was still not satisfied with his strength. I'll follow him secretly and see what kind of ruins it is. Fang Chen decided to follow Lan River secretly. With his attainments in the spacetime cultivation system, a mere Lan River wouldn't be able to discover him. Soon, the sky darkened. Lan River finished the last jug of wine and hurriedly left Unbounded Town. When he arrived at a wasteland, Lan River looked left and right. After making sure that no one was following him, he turned around and rushed towards the mountains to the west. Chem. The ruins are in these mountains. Fang Chen was a bit confused, but he still followed. Soon, Lan River entered the mountains. Someone came to pick him up. It's me, Lan River said. Hearing this, the black figure nodded and continued forward with Lan River. Did you find anything else? Lan River asked. We haven't found anything important yet, but we speculate that there must be an inheritance treasure in this strange place, the black figure said. Hearing this, Lan River was secretly delighted. Chapter 2110. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Soon, the black figure brought Blue River to the depths of the mountain. Love go little say Webku, what's that? Blue River looked at the depths of the mountain in astonishment. There was a dazzling thing emitting light. That's what we found this time. Let's go and take a look, the black figure said indifferently. He took the lead and arrived at the bottom of the cliff. There was a cliff behind the mountain. The cliff emitted a dazzling light. As long as you get close, your divine sense will be completely blocked, the black figure said. We suspect that there's a Soul Dao expert in this cliff. A Soul Dao expert? Blue River's eyes lit up. His strength had reached a bottleneck. It was unrealistic to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, if he could obtain a Soul Dao inheritance and strengthen his primordial spirit, he could still increase his strength. Did you go in to take a look? Blue River asked. The black figure shook his head. They were Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. They were only responsible for gathering information. These things were not their responsibility. Okay, leave the rest to me. After saying this, Blue River leapt into the air and disappeared into the dazzling light. At this moment, the black figure turned his head and looked into the distance. He said indifferently, still not coming out. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the black figure to be able to discover him. As expected of Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. Who are you? The black figure stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Fang Chen smiled. The black figure snorted and disappeared into the darkness like a ghost. Seeing this, Fang Chen immediately raised his guard and looked around. Hiding in front of me? Fang Chen sneered. Hiding in front of a space-time cultivator, wasn't that just showing off in front of an expert? Crash. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. Without saying anything, he slashed at a certain spot in the void. Suddenly, a wild sword light pierced through the void. A drop of blood dripped down from the void. Bang! The black figure's body fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was gloomy. How did you find me? The black figure asked in surprise. Your concealment skills are too trashy, Fang Chen said with a grin. That was indeed the case. Although the black silhouette was good at hiding, its grasp of the void was not up to standard. With Fang Chen's ability, he could naturally see through the void and capture his tracks. The first move of the traceless sword art had already surpassed most divine inscriptions realm experts. Moreover, the Black Shadow was a low-level martial artist in the Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. His strength was even weaker. Kill. The Black Shadow made the first move, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, with a thought, the latter disappeared into the void. The Black Shadow's heart was in turmoil. He actually couldn't catch the enemy's trace. How is this possible? The Black Shadow cried out involuntarily. He looked around and cautiously guarded against Fang Chen. Poochie. Suddenly, a cold sword light shot out from the dark void. Caught off guard, the Black Shadow was stabbed by the sword light. Ah! The Black Shadow let out a miserable cry as his body fell heavily to the ground. Poochie. The traceless sword art was executed once again. Together with Fang Chen's space-time transformation system, its power reached its peak. The Black Shadow was killed with a chop. Let's go in and take a look. After killing the Black Shadow, Fang Chen jumped and disappeared into the dazzling light. In the cliff, there was a very hidden cave. In the cave, there was a yellow praying mat. The dazzling light came from the praying mat. It really is a Soul Dao inheritance. Blue River's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Although this inheritance wasn't too important, it was enough for him at his current stage. Blue River walked to the praying mat and gently pressed his hands on it. Suddenly, the light disappeared. Wang! A strange sound came from the praying mat. Then, it started to vibrate. In the next moment, Blue River discovered that strands of a strange aura had emerged from the praying mat and was rushing towards his body. Poochie. Just as Blue River was overjoyed, an ice-cold sword light suddenly pierced through his body. No! Blue River roared in anger. He turned around and saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen. A trace of fear flashed through the depths of Blue River's eyes. This is an important place of my Blue Moon Manor. How dare you barge in? Blue River threatened. However, Fang Chen ignored him and slashed again. Poochie. Blue River's body was blasted out of the pitch-black cave and fell down the cliff. Wang. The strange aura emerged from the praying mat and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Dong. Fang Chen's mind trembled, and he felt something appear in his mind. This is, as expected, it was an inheritance left behind by a Soul Dao expert and a Soul Dao divine art. A universe divine art. Although it wasn't a supreme divine art, it was still a mid-tier divine art. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Soul Dao inheritance in the praying mat. Blue River, who had fallen down the cliff, had a malevolent expression. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was thinking of a way to get rid of Fang Chen. If I fail the mission, I won't have a good ending when I return. Why don't I take a gamble? I might be able to kill Fang Chen. Blue River thought. He racked his brains and finally came up with a plan. I remember that there is a divine inscription realm Iron Head Wolf in this mountain. A sinister smile appeared on Blue River's face. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. For the entire night, Fang Chen was comprehending the Soul Dao inheritance in the praying mat. When the sky brightened and the sun shone on the earth, he suddenly opened his eyes. Who? After letting out a breath of turbid air, Fang Chen felt his mental state become much better. An inheritance left behind by a Unity Realm expert. Fang Chen thought to himself. Although this Soul Dao inheritance wasn't too strong, it was still useful to him. Moreover, the most important thing was the Soul Dao divine technique. Fang Chen liked this divine technique very much. It was similar to the 1,000-leaf needle that he cultivated in the Starry River cosmos. However, its power was countless times stronger than the 1,000-leaf needle. Flying Needle Technique was the name of this mid-tier universe divine technique. This divine technique had a total of 9 levels. After cultivating the first level, one could fight against ordinary divine inscription realm experts. If one could cultivate it to the 9th level, one could dominate the divine inscription realm. Good stuff. Fang Chen was delighted. After absorbing the 10th divine inscription of order, his primordial spirit had reached the 5th origin realm. Coincidentally, he needed a Soul Dao divine technique. He didn't expect that following Blue River in secret would give him such a harvest. The only pity was that he didn't kill Blue River. I'll cultivate it when I get back. Fang Chen collected his thoughts and stood up, muttering to himself. Soon, Fang Chen floated down from the cliff. At this moment, Fang Chen heard the sound of wolves howling. Awoo! The deafening howls didn't stop. What's going on? Fang Chen felt a little irritated. The howls seemed to be able to disturb his mind. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Immediately after, Blue River's figure appeared and charged straight at Fang Chen. Achem! Seeing Blue River, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. However, just as Blue River was about to reach him, he suddenly changed directions. At this moment, several Ironhead wolves rushed over from behind Blue River. Ironhead wolves! Fang Chen was startled and immediately frowned. Ironhead wolves were considered rather troublesome divine beasts in the divine inscription realm. Their heads were incomparably hard and their combat strength was fierce. Damned bastard! Blue River actually lured the Ironhead wolves to attack him. In order to kill him, he was willing to do anything. Boom! In an instant, Fang Chen was surrounded by 3 Ironhead wolves and fell into a fierce battle. Fang Chen, let's see how you're going to escape this time. On a tree branch not far away, Blue River coldly watched all of this and said disdainfully, "Blue River, you despicable bastard." Fang Chen roared. Seeing this, Blue River's mood became even better and he laughed loudly. "Keep fighting. When both of you are injured, I'll reap the benefits." Blue River naturally wouldn't leave so easily. He still needed to obtain the Soul Dao inheritance from Fang Chen. Awoo! The other 2 Ironhead wolves fought Fang Chen on the side. One opened its bloody mouth and charged directly at Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen gathered all the strength in his body and fiercely punched the Ironhead wolf's head. Suddenly, a vast amount of strength drilled into his fist and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Chapter 21:11. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen was also speechless. He felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Traces of blood escaped from his palm. This was caused by the strong recoil. Awoo! The iron-head wolf's head was as hard as black iron. Logically speaking, with Fang Chen's strength, it should be easy to shatter black iron. However, this was not the case. The iron-head wolf's bloodline was very special. After fusing with the wolf's head, it could increase the hardness of the wolf's head to the maximum. The hardness of this guy's head is at least at the level of a mid-grade universal weapon, right? Fang Chen curled his lips and said. It must be known that the hidden star sword was only a low-grade universal weapon. After colliding with the iron-head wolf, the latter did not feel good either. This iron-head wolf's head was swollen with a big bump. It was simply a remarkable horn. Awoo! The iron-head wolf looked up to the sky and howled furiously. The three of them rushed towards Fang Chen together. After a simple probe, Fang Chen knew the strength of the iron-head wolves. He did not dare to rashly confront the three of them together. While Fang Chen retreated, he saw Blue River, who was gloating on a tree branch not far away, from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat. He rushed under the towering tree. Almost at the same time, a golden light enveloped the earth. Not good. By the time Blue River realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A sky-piercing array? Blue River's face was ferocious. He did not expect Fang Chen to be a sky-piercing array master. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. The restriction of the array reduced the speed of the three iron-head wolves. After resisting the three of them, Fang Chen used the recoil to quickly retreat to Blue River's side. Die! Almost at the same time, Traceless Sword was used. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into Blue River's head. Boom! Blue River's body directly exploded and he died instantly. Love Go Little Say Neck. Blue River didn't even have time to say a word before he was killed by Fang Chen. At this moment, the attacks of the three iron-head wolves had already closed in on Fang Chen. Voila! With a flip of the hidden star sword, he threw Blue River's broken body towards the three iron-head wolves, immediately blocking their path of attack. Fang Chen then performed the first move of the Traceless Sword principle. Just like this, Fang Chen made use of the array formation and tangled together with the three iron-head wolves. Time passed, from the initial panic to the later stages of suppression. Fang Chen had almost completed a complete reversal. The three iron-head wolves couldn't do anything to him. In the end, Fang Chen decided to use the iron-head wolf to practice. Poochie. Every time he used the Traceless Sword technique, he would gain a certain level of insight. After about 6 hours, Fang Chen felt that his comprehension of the traceless swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. He didn't want to continue fighting with the iron-head wolf, so he used his traceless sword technique with all his might. Poochie. He killed one with each slash. The three iron-head wolves all died under the restraint of the sky-piercing array. Then, Fang Chen disappeared into the mountains. Blue Moon Manor. Why isn't that trash Blue River back yet? Blue Devil paced back and forth, extremely anxious. The time limit for the quest was up. If Blue River still didn't return, the quest would be considered a failure. This time, he was the one who had fought for Blue River. Blue River's failure, wasn't this a slap to his face? That damned guy, what an idiot. Blue Devil's heart was filled with resentment towards Blue River. This guy caused him to be scolded by Elder He-san. Now, he couldn't even complete the quest on time. Senior brother Blue Devil. Just as Blue Devil was feeling anxious, a normal disciple of Blue Moon Manor hurried over. What's the matter? Senior brother Blue River's life slip shattered. What? Are you sure? Blue Devil asked with wide eyes. The disciple nodded. This morning, when I went to clean the life slip pavilion, I discovered that senior brother Blue River's life slip had shattered. As for when it shattered, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Blue Devil clenched his fists. His expression was extremely gloomy. Who was it that killed Blue River? Every branch had a life slip pavilion, used to store the life slips of all disciples. Every life slip contained the aura of a disciple's primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit dissipated, the life slip would automatically shatter. Blue River's life slip had shattered, which meant that he had already died. Could it be Fang Chen? Blue Devil was suddenly moved. He quickly left Blue Moon Manor. His divine sense spread out, enveloping the entire Star River Manor, as if he was searching for something. At this moment, within the Star River Manor, Fang Chen was chatting with his daughter, Fang Shi. Achem? Fang Chen frowned slightly. Soon after, he soared into the sky. Looking at Blue Devil in the distance, he scolded loudly, "Blue Devil, what is the meaning of this?" Blue Devil recklessly used his divine sense to scan the Star River Manor. This was a great disrespect to the Star River Manor. Fang Chen was naturally furious. "What? You still want to stop me from using my divine sense?" Blue Devil said coldly. If there is a next time, I will definitely report to Elder Crane Mountain." With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Blue Devil stared at Fang Chen's back. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. Fang Chen had been in the Star River Manor all this time. Then it must be someone else who killed Blue River. Who was it? Could it be a coincidence? Blue Devil thought to himself. Star River Manor. Father, Blue Moon Manor has gone too far. Fang Shi bit her lips and said, "Don't worry. When the Star River Manor becomes stronger, they won't dare to say anything." Fang Chen said softly, "Father, I want to go to the sword puppet arena to fight. Can you accompany me?" Fang Shi said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen really couldn't resist his daughter's coquettishness. He could only bring her to the sword puppet arena. "I've already told you about the sword puppet arena. You should properly experience it," Fang Chen said. Just as Fang Shi was about to walk to the sword puppet arena, a monkey-faced disciple smiled and asked, "Miss, do you want to fight?" "Yes." Fang Shi's beautiful eyes flickered. "Perfect, I also want to fight. Why don't we have a bet?" the disciple said. "Sure, what kind of bet?" Fang Shi asked. "Seeing that you're also a newcomer, how about this? Let's bet 1,000 origin stones." Okay. Soon, the two reached an agreement to bet 1,000 origin stones. Fang Shi came before the sword. Her small white hand gripped the sword and controlled the sword puppet. Rumble. Although it was Fang Shi's first time fighting, her control of the sword puppet was pretty good. Not bad, Xia's potential has always been like this. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The myriad fusion body was too exaggerated. It could absorb other people's talent. Soon, the result of the battle was out. Fang Shi actually won against the disciple. The latter reluctantly took out 1,000 origin stones and handed them to Fang Shi. Then, he left dejectedly. Bang! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Fang Chen turned around and shockingly discovered that the disciple who had just lost to Fang Shi had been sent flying by a dark-skinned and burly man. "Brother Liu, give me a few more days. I'll definitely gather all the origin stones for you." The disciple begged for mercy on the ground, his body trembling. "I've already given you a long time, but what's the result? I haven't even seen a single origin stone." The dark and strong disciple said coldly, 5,000 origin stones. If there's even one missing, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Brother Liu, please spare me." The disciple was so scared that his body trembled. Brother Liu was about to attack him. "Brother Liu, I originally had origin stones, but she won them all." Following the disciple's finger, Brother Liu looked at Fang Shi. "You won his origin stones?" Brother Liu asked calmly. Fang Shi nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem? Do you know that he's one of my men? He owes me 5,000 origin stones. Everyone knows that. No one dares to fight with him, but you ignored me and fought with him." Liu Shi stood up and said coldly. Fang Shi looked at Liu Shi seriously and said, "Are you crazy? He owes you origin stones. Why are you asking him for them? Moreover, I won the origin stones by force through a sword fight. It's fair and square. There's no cheating involved. I really wonder if your head was caught in a door. How could the Wuji sword sect have someone like you? You're really an embarrassment to the outer sect." Liu Shi was taken aback by Fang Shi's words. Soon after, an ice-cold aura emanated from his body as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Shi. Let's go." Fang Chen also shook his head. This person was an idiot. "Stop, did I say you can leave?" Chapter 21:12. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Liu Shi's logic was simply the logic of a bandit. He owes you origin stones, so you won't allow others to fight with him and win his origin stones? Damn it, these are two unrelated things, okay? To put it bluntly, Liu Shi was bullying Fang Chen and Fang Shi because they were new faces. If they were experts on the Wuji Sky Tablet, would he dare to do so? Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Fang Chen really didn't want to bother with such an idiot. However, the latter thought that he was invincible and acted as if everyone owed him. Did I say you could leave? Liu Shi said coldly. Fang Chen and Fang Shi stopped and looked at Liu Shi with flickering eyes. I feel ashamed to be with an idiot like you. Hand over the 1,000 origin stones, Liu Shi said. No. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. If he showed an attitude of not wanting to cause trouble now, many people would take advantage of him in the future. Oh, you want to go against me? Liu Shi looked at Fang Chen with interest and approached him step by step. Get lost. He really couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Liu Shi's disgusting face, Fang Chen felt speechless. When he saw Liu Shi approaching, he suddenly threw a punch and directly sent Liu Shi flying. Deng. Deng. Kid, who are you? Liu Shi looked at Fang Chen with a solemn expression and asked coldly. Fang Chen. What? You're Fang Chen? Fang Chen from the Xing River province? Liu Shi's eyes widened and he looked at the latter in disbelief. Why? Can't I? Fang Chen said. At this moment, Liu Shi was filled with regret. He didn't expect to meet Fang Chen from the Xing River province. He was really unlucky. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Liu Shihui was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He naturally knew what kind of person Fang Chen was. During this period of time, he had been hearing legends about this person. Nailing Blue River with a single sword was something that even he couldn't do, but his opponent had done it. It was obvious that Fang Chen's strength had far surpassed Blue River's. He didn't believe that he was a match for Blue River. Chumph. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fang Chen coldly snorted, it's a disgrace for the outer sect to have a disciple like you. This guy was like an idiot, daring to swindle people in the outer sect. Fang Chen was very curious as to how these people managed to join the Limitless Sword sect. His good mood had been ruined by this idiot. Fang Chen brought Fang Shi back to the Star River Prefecture. Shi, don't be angry. Fang Chen comforted her. I won't lower myself to the level of an idiot, Fang Shi said. That's right. How can a smart girl like you lower yourself to the level of an idiot? Suddenly, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from the void. This voice was very illusory. Even Fang Chen couldn't capture its source. Where was the source of the voice? What's going on? Fang Chen's expression changed. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire Star River Prefecture, but he couldn't discover who was hiding in the void. Senior, may I ask who you are? Please show yourself. Fang Chen had no choice but to cup his fists towards the void. Ha ha ha, I'm here for this little girl. The illusory voice came from the void again, pretending to be mysterious. Why don't you dare show yourself for me? Fang Shi was impatient and said directly. Fang Chen was a little anxious and hurriedly stopped her. The latter could even avoid his divine sense. It was obvious that he was an expert. This kind of expert was temperamental. It would be troublesome if he offended him. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, Fang Shi's words made the expert in the void laugh. Whoosh! Suddenly, a grey-robed elder appeared in the Star River Prefecture. There was no energy fluctuation on this elder's body. His eyes were a little dim. He was holding a walking stick in his hand and had a smile on his face. Senior, although the person in front of him gave off a very peaceful feeling, Fang Chen didn't dare to underestimate him. You're so young, but your temper is quite big. The grey-robed elder said with a smile. Old man, who are you? Fang Shi glared at the grey-robed elder and asked. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm about to become your master. After the grey-robed elder finished speaking, he turned to look at Fang Chen. Boy, your daughter has great potential. She also has the all-fusion body. She's very suitable for my lineage. I want to take her as my disciple. What do you mean? Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The old man could actually see that Fang Shi had the all-fusion body. He stared at the old man warily. Boy, with my strength, you can't stop me even if I take her by force. Don't worry. It's not easy to meet such a precious child. How can I bear to do anything to her? The grey-robed elder continued. At this moment, Fang Chen relaxed his vigilance. Immediately, he said apologetically, Senior, I can understand your thoughts. You can rest assured and hand her over to me. I guarantee that the next time you see her, you'll be surprised. The old man waved his hand. Senior, I still don't know your name. It's a little inappropriate to hand she over to you so rashly, Fang Chen said awkwardly. Yes, old man. If you want to be my master, you can't do it without some ability, Fang Shi said. The old man shook his head helplessly. Then, he grabbed the void with his palm. Immediately, a withered tree branch appeared in his palm. Following that, an unimaginable aura emerged from the old man's palm. In an instant, the withered tree branch was filled with vitality. Under the gaze of Fang Chen, green and lush sprouts appeared on the withered tree branch. How is it? The old man passed the tree branch to Fang Chen to take a look. The latter was incomparably shocked, and a storm was set off in his heart. Could this be the legendary withered tree reviving spring? Looking at the tree branch, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. In the primal chaos void, there was an extremely powerful technique called withered tree reviving spring. It could bring life back to a dead tree branch. Even though Fang Chen could do it in the Star River cosmos, it was an illusion. However, that was only an illusion. The withered tree reviving spring technique was to awaken the vitality of the withered tree from its roots. It was many times more powerful than creating the rules. At least, it was impossible for cosmos gods to do it. Withered tree reviving spring? The old man laughed self-deprecatingly, saying, This technique isn't worth mentioning. Senior, are you also from the Limitless Sword sect? Fang Chen probed. He had never heard of such a person in the Limitless Sword sect. Sort of. The old man said. What do you mean sort of? Yes means yes, no means no. Fang Chen said. You'll know in the future. The old man smiled mysteriously. How about it, are you willing to take me as your teacher? Fang Shi's eyes turned, saying, Your technique is not bad. It's not a problem for you to be my teacher. But after I leave, what will happen to my father? There are only 2 of us in the Star River Prefecture. I can't bear to let my father support the Star River lineage alone. You little girl. The old man helplessly shook his head. He then took out a small brown bottle from his bosom. There are a few pills in here. Treat it as a meeting gift for you. Fang Shi received the small brown bottle and passed it to Fang Chen. Father, take this. Although the old man in front of him was strong, Fang Chen wouldn't make a rash decision. After all, it was related to his daughter. Father, don't worry. This old man doesn't look like a bad person. Since he's so strong, I'll follow him to cultivate first. When I'm strong enough, I'll come back to find you. Fang Shi transmitted. All right. It's not like you won't be able to see me. The old man said impatiently. Senior, when can I see my daughter? Fang Chen asked. Once you enter the inner sect. After the old man finished speaking, he grabbed Fang Shi's body and disappeared into thin air. Sky-piercing stone pillar. Fang Shi suddenly appeared here. He was a little surprised. Old man, where is this place? Fang Shi asked. I'm your teacher. Don't call me old man. Jian Wuji said. Fang Shi lowered her head to take a look and was instantly stunned. Wasn't the Limitless Sword sect below? Why was he above the Limitless Sword sect? Alright, don't be surprised. As my disciple, you'll see a lot of things in the future. Don't embarrass me, okay? Jian Wuji said. You're called Jian Wuji? Fang Shi asked. Yes, I have another identity. I'm the head of the Limitless Sword sect. Chapter 21:13. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, Fang Chen felt conflicted about letting the old man take Fang Shi away. Love go little say Chu if he didn't allow him to take him away, the old man would be able to use the withered tree reviving spring consummate technique. He was definitely not an ordinary person. At least, if they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, it could be seen that the old man really wanted to take Fang Shi as his disciple. Instead of falling out with the old man and having Fang Shi taken away by force, Fang Chen might as well compromise. This was also the decision that Fang Chen made after thinking for a long time. Now, he could only pray that Fang Shi could achieve something. In the Star River Prefecture, Fang Chen took out the small brown bottle that the old man had given him. It smells so good. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. Immediately, he felt the fragrance. What kind of elixir is this? Fang Chen was a little curious. He gently opened the lid of the small brown bottle and shook it gently. 3 brown elixir pills rolled out and lay in his palm. What a strong elixir fragrance. Fang Chen was very shocked. This was the first time he had seen elixir pills with such a strong elixir fragrance. Hey! After absorbing the elixir fragrance, I feel refreshed. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he suddenly saw this scene. Then, he began to carefully observe the 3 brown elixir pills. Fang Chen. Elder Bai Wu had come and called Fang Chen's name from afar. Elder Bai Wu. After all, Elder Bai Wu had helped him in the Yuan Wilderness impasse. When Fang Chen saw Elder Bai Wu, he felt particularly close to her. Fang Chen, Elder Bai Wu was about to speak when she was suddenly attracted by the 3 elixir pills in Fang Chen's palm. Love go little say Chu what elixir pills are these? Let me see. Elder Bai Wu's expression turned serious. He hurriedly took the 3 pills from Fang Chen's hand and examined them. Elder Bai Wu, do you recognize these pills? Fang Chen asked. The more Elder Bai Wu watched, the more serious his face became. In the end, his body began to tremble slightly. Kuala. Elder Bai Wu suddenly raised her head and stared at Fang Chen. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Where did you get this pill?" There was an old man just now. Fang Chen told Elder Bai Wu about the old man wanting to accept Fang Shi as his disciple. The latter was extremely excited and laughed out loud. "Kid, your luck is really off the charts. Let me tell you, the old man who took Fang Shi as his disciple must be a peerless expert of our limitless sword sect." Fang Chen was a little confused. "Do you know what these 3 brown elixirs are?" Elder Bai Wu asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Elder Bai Wu continued, "If I'm not wrong, these 3 elixirs are the legendary Divine Mark elixir." Divine Mark elixir? Do you know what's above the ascending heaven level for alchemists? Elder Bai Wu asked. I've read the records of the limitless sword sect. Above the ascending heaven level is the heaven opening level, Fang Chen said. The elixirs refined by heaven opening level alchemists had the ability to open the sky. Of course, this might be a little exaggerated, but it was enough to show the strength of a heaven opening level alchemist. They were on the same level as those above the unity realm. Elder Bai Wu, are you saying that these 3 divine mark elixirs are heaven opening level elixirs? Fang Chen asked with wide eyes. Elder Bai Wu nodded heavily. That's right. These 3 divine mark elixirs are heaven opening level elixirs. In our limitless sword sect, there are a few people who can refine these elixirs, but they are all in the inner sect. As for the outer sect, no one can refine them. The divine mark elixir is a heaven opening level elixir. Its value far surpasses those peak heaven opening level elixirs. After swallowing it, Void Realm warriors can immediately condense divine marks and break through to the divine mark realm. Don't you think it's amazing? Elder Bai Wu said. This, Fang Chen was stunned. Wasn't this effect too exaggerated? If that was the case, why were there so many Void Realm warriors who couldn't break through to the divine mark realm? Brat, don't think of things as simple. Heaven opening level elixirs are too precious. How can ordinary cosmos gods afford them? Elder Bai Wu said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. So it was like this. At this time, He recalled the words the old man said when he took out the elixirs. Unless he already knows that there are others in the residence, and this elixir is prepared for them. Fang Chen thought. Keep this divine mark elixir. Don't let others know about it. Otherwise, it'll attract unnecessary trouble. Elder Bai Wu reminded. You can give this elixir to your wife, but it's best if you don't consume it. Why? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Any elixir is an external object. If you can rely on yourself, why would you need to rely on external objects? Consuming the divine mark elixir will have a certain influence on your future path of martial arts. But as your strength increases, the influence will become smaller and smaller. Even so, those apex geniuses aren't willing to consume it. After all, even if the influence is small, it will be magnified at a certain moment. Elder Bai Wu said. Many thanks for your explanation, Elder Bai Wu. Brat, your luck isn't ordinary. Elder Bai Wu said, oh right, I've come to find you this time because I have something to tell you. Elder Bai Wu, please speak. Fang Chen said. You were able to pin Lan He with a sword. Your strength should be close to the Wuji Sky Tablet. If you have time, go and take the test. Put your name on the Wuji Sky Tablet. This will be beneficial for you. Elder Bai Wu said. After that, Elder Bai Wu chatted with Fang Chen about some other matters, and then left. Fang Chen looked at the 3 divine mark elixirs and felt a little excited. He could already confirm that the old man who took Fang Shi away was an unparalleled expert in the Wuji sword sect. This made him feel even more relieved. At least Fang Shi wouldn't be in any danger. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the secret chamber again. Breakthrough? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he said softly. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed God Emperor of Destruction walked out of the secret chamber. He was in high spirits and exuded a terrifying aura. Congratulations, God Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If not for you bringing me to the primal chaos void, I would have been trapped in the God Emperor realm for my entire life. God Emperor of Destruction sighed. That time when he dominated the deity world, he didn't expect that he would become a cosmos god after so many years. God Emperor of Destruction, do you want to step into the God Imprint realm? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Amen. God Emperor of Destruction said, of course. I have a pill here. After swallowing it, you can immediately break through to the God Imprint realm. However, it would more or less affect one's cultivation in the future. Fang Chen told God Emperor Destruction about the pros and cons. The latter agreed without hesitation. Without Fang Chen's help, it was impossible for him to step into the void realm. God Emperor of Destruction was clear that his potential had reached the upper limit. If he could rely on the pill to reach the God Imprint realm, it would be a good choice. Fang Chen flicked his finger and passed the God Imprint elixir to God Emperor of Destruction. This is a heaven-opening grade God Imprint elixir. After swallowing it, you can break through. Fang Chen said. I can't thank you enough. After saying that, God Emperor of Destruction rushed into the secret room with joy. Yi! Fang Chen was about to turn around when he suddenly realized that Bai Qing Qing and Princess Xin, who were in closed-door cultivation in the time-accelerated space, had also broken through. According to the time ratio, they should have been cultivating for close to 10,000 years. Fang Chen thought to himself. He could tell with a glance that the 2 of them had both stepped into the God Emperor realm. Voila! With a thought, Fang Chen sent 200 origin stones into the time-accelerated space. Absorb the origin energy in the origin stones and break through to the void realm. Fang Chen's voice was transmitted into the ears of the 2 ladies. Seeing the 2 ladies start absorbing the origin stones, Fang Chen nodded and left the secret room. As expected, God Emperor of Destruction soon broke through to the God Imprint realm. And he condensed more than 10,000 God Imprints of order in an instant, which made him wild with joy. However, it was still a forceful increase in cultivation through the use of pills. In terms of strength, it was definitely weaker than a normal breakthrough. However, God Emperor of Destruction didn't care. Ha ha ha, I can also join the Wuji sword sect. God Emperor of Destruction laughed. At that moment, on the sky-piercing stone pillar. Fang Shi pouted. He was extremely dissatisfied with his irresponsible master. Irresponsible at all. He brought me here and taught me nothing. What kind of master is he? Fang Shi mumbled. To think that you are the sect master of the Wuji sword sect. My good disciple, look at what I have brought for you. In the void, Gen Wuji appeared with an item in his hand. Chapter 21:14. Genius 1 second. Remember, love go small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Gen Wuji was holding a small wooden box in his hand. The craftsmanship of the small wooden box was very exquisite. Waves of delicate fragrance wafted out from inside. On the top of the small wooden box, some complicated runes were engraved. Just this small wooden box made Fang Shi's beautiful eyes open wide. Master, what's in this small wooden box? Fang Shi asked hurriedly. Gen Wuji chuckled and said, don't be anxious first, wait for me to explain slowly. As the master of the limitless sword sect, his strength was even more formidable to the extent that it made people look up to him. Even when looking at the entire Void Star Heaven, he was considered a number one figure. He had always been searching for a successor, but could not find a suitable one. This time, by chance, he found a possessor of the myriad fusion body. He was naturally incomparably excited. Toward this little disciple of his, Gen Wuji doted on him very much, even bringing him to the heaven-reaching stone pillar. Others did not know, but he, Gen Wuji, was the most clear. This heaven-reaching stone pillar was personally built by him. The martial Tao comprehensions contained inside were rather profound. To ordinary martial artists, this place was simply a cultivation holy land. Cultivating here for a year was comparable to 100 or even 1,000 years in the outside world. Normally, Gen Wuji would not interfere with the matters of the limitless sword sect at all. Under normal circumstances, he would cultivate on the heaven-reaching stone pillar. In order to nurture this disciple of his, he was willing to give up the heaven-reaching stone pillar. This is a kind of supreme treasure that this old man inadvertently obtained a long, long time ago when I was traveling the Void Star Heaven. Gen Wuji said with a wide smile. Just the wooden box that placed the supreme treasure, the material was already incomparable. This wooden box is 1,000 heartwood. In the entire Void Star Heaven, there are only 3 pieces of 1,000 heartwood. This old man also expended a lot of effort to obtain a branch and leaf, then refined it into this wooden box. Gen Wuji continued to speak. Just what is it, to actually need to use 1,000 heartwood to store it? No matter what, Fang Shi was also a divine inscription realm martial artist. He still had a certain understanding of 1,000 heartwood. The 1,000 Hearts tree was a very special plant in the Chaos Void. It contained the great Tao of nature and could be said to be a strengthened version of the Enlightenment ancient tree. To a martial artist, being able to cultivate under the 1,000 heartwood was the best opportunity. In the vast void star sky, there were only 3 pieces of 1,000 heartwood, and they were all occupied by some peak powerhouses. From this point, one could see how precious 1,000 heartwood was. However, this thing actually needed to be placed in 1,000 heartwood. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Voila! As he spoke, Gen Wuji opened the wooden box. Immediately, a resplendent light blossomed from within. It was colorful and extremely beautiful. So beautiful. Any girl would love her daughter, and Fang Shi couldn't help it. Seeing such a beautiful light, Fang Shi's face revealed a beautiful smile. Master calls these exquisite origin beads. They are made from exquisite sacred source stones. Gen Wuji chuckled as he handed a string of milky white beads to Fang Shi. Linglong Saint Source Stone? Fang Shi's mouth was agape as she looked at the milky white beads in disbelief. As soon as she received the beads, she immediately felt a cool aura enter her fair hands. Exquisite sacred source stones don't exist in Void Star Sky. Even in the entire Chaos Void, there are very few of them. At that time, I was lucky. 2 peerless experts were fighting in the primal Chaos Void. This Linglong sacred source stone was shattered from the weapon of one of the peerless experts and shot into the illusory star sky. I just happened to come across it. Gen Wuji sighed. Jian Wuji's heart trembled as he recalled his experience of obtaining the exquisite sacred source stone. He hadn't even been able to get close to such a battle between powerhouses. He had only been able to watch from afar through the endless void. It had been too strong. Even the current him felt a lingering fear. If those two powerhouses had fought in Void Star Sky, the entire Void Star Sky would have been turned into ruins in an instant. Fang Shi's eyes widened. She had long been shocked. The 1,000 Heartwood had already surprised her. She hadn't expected that her master would actually make the exquisite sacred source stone into a bracelet and give it to her as an accessory. Wasn't this too extravagant? The exquisite sacred source stone was a very regular ore in the chaos void. Even for an expert like Jian Wuji, it was still quite useful. However, he had kept it and given it to his disciple. Disciple, this exquisite origin bead will provide you with an endless source of source energy, which will increase your cultivation speed. At the same time, it will also subtly change your talent. Jian Wuji introduced, however, before your strength increases, don't expose it. Otherwise, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Thank you, Master. Fang Shi said gratefully as she put the exquisite sacred source bead on her hand. I just heard someone say that I'm an irresponsible master. Jian Wuji pretended to be angry. Master, I was just joking. Fang Shi pulled on Jian Wuji's arm and said coquettishly. Using the 1,000 Heartwood to make a box and the exquisite sacred source stone to make a bracelet as an accessory, other than Jian Wuji, no one else would do so. It wasn't exaggerated to say that if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar in the eastern profound heaven. That was the legendary exquisite sacred source stone, yet it was wasted to such an extent. Many experts on the same level as Jian Wuji would definitely curse him. Thinking back to the past, when many unparalleled experts learned that Jian Wuji got the exquisite sacred source stone, they were incomparably envious and took out treasures to exchange for it. Nevertheless, they were all rejected by Jian Wuji. Little girl, properly cultivate here. Jian Wuji said. His disciple was still too weak and could not inherit his legacy. Hence, she could only cultivate temporarily to increase her strength. Within the Star River Prefecture, Fang Chen did not know that his daughter had actually become Jian Wuji's disciple and received such a precious gift. During these few days, he had been paying attention to the movements of Bai Qing and Princess Xin. The two of them had already stepped into the God Emperor realm through time acceleration. As long as they absorbed sufficient origin energy, they would become cosmos gods. It's about time, Fang Chen said to himself. He could feel that the void aura on the two ladies was getting denser. Wang. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a thunderous sound exploded within the cultivation room. Closely following that, a green-robed Bai Qing exited her closed-door cultivation. You broke through? Fang Chen grinned. Bai Qing was exceptionally happy after breaking through to the void realm. It's a pity that I still can't catch up to you, Bai Qing said helplessly with a smile. Thinking back to when she was at the Profound Heaven sect on the Clear Sky Island, this fellow was merely an ordinary disciple, and she was already a Vice Palace Master of the Bloodthirsty Palace. But now, she could step into the void realm entirely because of Fang Chen's help. If you want to catch up to me, then you have to work hard in cultivating, Fang Chen said. Not long after Bai Qing exited her closed-door cultivation, Princess Xin exited her closed-door cultivation. The two girls had fulfilled their wish of stepping into the void realm. The power of the Star River Prefecture was also gradually increasing. Apart from Fang Shi, the God Emperor of Destruction had also stepped into the Divine Inscription realm. Although he didn't reach the standard of the Wuji Sword Sect's disciple, he was still a genuine Divine Inscription realm. Fang Chen. Princess Xin suddenly called out. Fang Chen looked at Princess Xin and asked. We have already discussed and are preparing to go out for training, Princess Xin said. In the Star River Prefecture, they would be under Fang Chen's protection and would be free of worries. It would definitely be difficult to break through. But you are too weak, Fang Chen said. You can't protect us forever, and we don't want to be a burden to you. Little Mouse and the rest have already gone out for training. We don't want to be flowers in a greenhouse. How can we grow if we don't go through hardships? Bai Ching Ching said in a deep voice, also, don't forget. Before we met you, we relied on our own hard work and experience outside to grow up step by step. Hearing that, Fang Chen fell silent. He could understand what the two girls were thinking. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely do the same. Although flowers in a greenhouse didn't have to worry about their lives, they wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of their lives. He could help them break through to the void realm, but they still had to rely on themselves for the rest of their journey. All right. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen muttered, train in Dongxian heaven for the time being. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, remember to inform me. As he spoke, Fang Chen handed 2 jade talismans to the two girls. These 2 jade talismans contain my consciousness. If you encounter any danger, just crush them. Chapter 21:15. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen watched as the two girls left the limitless sword sect, and sighed in his heart. Fang Chen, you don't have to think too much. Since we warriors have chosen to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, we will definitely give up some things. Unless, one day, we can stand at the very top. All of a sudden, Emperor God of Destruction appeared behind Fang Chen and said faintly. He was too old, and he had been cultivating for too long. His talent had reached the upper limit, and he no longer had the drive of his youth. Therefore, he chose to consume the divine pattern pill to break through. Moreover, he was willing to stay in the Star River Prefecture because he was used to living a peaceful life. Time had worn down God Emperor Destruction's horns. Back then, when they were in the Milky Way, godly Emperor Destruction was also in high spirits. Especially when he had just become an omnipotent Emperor God, he had defeated the other omnipotent Emperor Gods and became the #1 Emperor God in the Divine Realm. At that time, he was very popular in the God Realm. Almost all the God Emperors believed that he could enter the Void Realm. However, as time passed, God Emperor Destruction gradually calmed down. Only now did he know how to reflect. Sigh, hearing this, Fang Chen sighed. Star and Moon had been cultivating all this time and hadn't come out of seclusion. Let's go and have a drink. In the vast Star River Prefecture, there were only the two of them. "Be all right, let's get drunk." Seeing this, the God Emperor of Destruction laughed out loud. He put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder and walked towards the pavilion. That night, the two drank to their heart's content. Fang Chen didn't use the power in his body to dissolve the alcohol, so in the latter half of the night, he was completely drunk. "Come, Fang Chen. Cheers." The God Emperor of Destruction wasn't fully conscious either. He held his wine cup and knocked it against Fang Chen's. Love Go Little Say Wk that night was the most relaxing night Fang Chen had had since he came to the chaotic void. The next day, the sun had just passed the horizon. Fang Chen felt a slight headache as he slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light shone in his eyes. "I drank too much last night." Fang Chen shook his head and grinned. He took a look at God Emperor Destruction beside him. The latter was still in deep sleep. Fang Chen did not disturb God Emperor Destruction. Instead, he left the pavilion quietly. Soon, Fang Chen appeared on a piece of land in the courtyard. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. Then, with a thought, the Soul Dao divine art that he had obtained earlier appeared in his mind. Although the flying needle technique was a mid-level universe-level divine technique, its attack power was not to be underestimated. Fang Chen would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. Therefore, he began to practice the flying needle technique today. In fact, the essence of the flying needle technique was not much different from the 1,000-leaf needles. In this regard, Fang Chen had taken a shortcut. It took him 2 hours to completely understand the essence of the flying needle technique. Then, he began to practice it. A primordial spirit of a 5-elemental level was much stronger than a 4-elemental level. The condensation of the flying needle also became faster. Blue Moon Prefecture. Blue Devil had been investigating Blue River's death. Today, there was finally some progress. "What did you say?" On the day Blue River left, Fang Chen seemed to have gone out. Blue Devil asked with his eyes wide open. "Senior brother Blue Devil, we are not too sure. However, It is said that the disciples from the other factions saw Fang Chen's back in a hurry. He was walking towards the teleportation array. Blue Devil fell into deep thought after hearing this. Soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. It must be him who killed Blue River. He bullied Blue Moon Prefecture to this extent. Does he really think that there is no one in Blue Moon Prefecture? Blue Devil exuded a cold killing intent. He then took a step forward and left Blue Moon Prefecture, arriving in front of the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen, get out here! Blue Devil roared, his voice echoing throughout the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen's cultivation was interrupted. He walked out of the Star River Prefecture in anger. Blue Devil, what is the meaning of this? Fang Chen scolded. Did you kill Blue River? Blue Devil questioned. I don't know what you are talking about. Fang Chen shrugged. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to admit that he killed Blue River. Otherwise, Blue Moon Prefecture wouldn't let him go. Although he wasn't afraid of Blue Devil, he wasn't the only one in Blue Moon Prefecture. The strongest in Blue Moon Prefecture, Blue Arrow, had unfathomable strength. He hadn't made a move all these years. However, his deterrence allowed Blue Moon Prefecture to gain a foothold in the outer sect. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it. Blue Devil sneered. I, Blue Devil, formally challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? A life and death battle? A cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. It seemed that Blue Devil was determined to kill him. I refuse. Fang Chen turned around and walked into the Star River Prefecture. TMPH, it's useless even if you don't agree. Blue Devil snorted and turned around to leave. Soon, a piece of news came from the enforcement hall. All the elders agreed to Blue Devil's life and death battle. The time was set for 3 months later. After this piece of news came out, the entire outer sect was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were discussing it. In the Star River Prefecture. Forcefully passed. Fang Chen frowned. He was displeased. Just because I'm not a disciple of the Wuji Sky Tablet. Fang Chen was slightly enraged. He immediately stood up and left the Star River Prefecture. When he passed by the square, many disciples were looking at Fang Chen. The latter didn't care about them and quickly arrived in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. Isn't that Fang Chen of the Star River Prefecture? What is he doing? I guess he's scared silly. The enforcement hall agreed to Blue Devil's life and death battle. He's no match for Blue Devil. Blue Moon Prefecture must have put in a lot of effort to get the enforcement hall to forcefully agree. Many disciples were discussing. Unknowingly, they arrived in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. The Wuji Sky Tablet was an important place in the outer sect. It was a stone tablet that was several feet tall and stood on the ground. Around the stone tablet, there was a faint trembling light. On the stone tablet, there were 1,000 names that were vivid and lifelike. It gave people an incomparable shock. Wuji Sky Tablet. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His gaze followed the Wuji Sky Stele and saw Lan Mo's ranking at a glance. Blue River was ranked 985, while Blue Devil's ranking was much higher. He was ranked 860. If he wanted to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet, he had to defeat one of the disciples. That way, he could replace that disciple. Fang Chen casually chose the last disciple. Soon, the elder in charge of the Wuji Sky Tablet notified this disciple. You want to challenge me? The disciple asked coldly. Cut the crap. Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Just as the disciple was about to attack, he felt a cold sword light slashing towards him. Crack. Without any power to resist, he was sent flying by the sword. Fang Chen wins. Ranked 1000 on the Wuji Sky Tablet. The elder in charge of the Wuji Sky Tablet announced loudly. Although it was only 1000, being able to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet was enough to attract the attention of the outer sect's higher-ups. Many disciples were shocked. This wasn't Fang Chen's full strength, right? If he used his full strength, would he be able to reach Blue Devil's level? Fang Chen glanced at Blue Devil's ranking and said, I'll let you be cocky for 3 months. After entering the Wuji Sky Tablet, Fang Chen returned to the Star River Prefecture to cultivate. Disciplinary Hall. Elders, you've heard the news, right? Today, Fang Chen ascended to the everlasting heavenly tablet. An old man in blue robes said slowly, I've said before that although Fang Chen didn't enter the Wuji Sky Tablet, his strength isn't any weaker than the disciples on the Sky Tablet. However, you didn't listen. Elder Black, what do you mean by saying this? The person who spoke was from the Blue Moon Prefecture and was called Elder Blue. Fang Chen killed a disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture. Can't the Blue Moon Prefecture take revenge? The life and death battle is a fair thing. Blue Devil is a genius on the Wuji Sky Tablet. Since he initiated the life and death battle, according to the rules, we should accept it. Now that things have come to this, we can only wait for the life and death battle in 3 months. The other elders also expressed their opinions one after another. Obviously, Elder Blue's side hated Fang Chen. They were also the main reason for the life and death battle. As for Elder Black and the others, they felt that this decision was too hasty. After a round of argument, Elder Black compromised. Chapter 21:16. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 3 months was enough for Fang Chen to master the flying needle technique. At that time, the outcome of the battle with the Blue Devil would be uncertain. Therefore, Fang Chen wasn't anxious at all. After a month of seclusion in the Galaxy Province, Fang Chen finally mastered the first level of the flying needle technique. Whoosh! With a thought, a flying needle suddenly formed in the void. Although the flying needle looked small, it was formed by the fusion of the Divine Order runes. Out! Following Fang Chen's low shout, the tiny flying needle pierced through the sky and shot into the shattered void. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the clouds. Fang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. The power of the first level of the flying needle technique had exceeded his expectations. The Blue Devil has only condensed 100,000 Divine Order runes. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with him. However, it will be difficult to defeat him with lightning speed, Fang Chen said to himself. If he could master the flying needle technique to the second level, the Blue Devil would be a piece of cake. There are still 2 months. I have to raise my strength as much as possible. This battle will let the outer sect disciples know that the Galaxy Province isn't that easy to bully. With that, Fang Chen left the Galaxy Province and arrived at the Boundless Sword Pagoda. He still had some origin stones on hand, which would be enough for Fang Chen to cultivate for a while. As soon as he entered the Boundless Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen saw many cultivators cultivating on the first level. To the second level. Go! Fang Chen hadn't been to the second level yet, so he wanted to give it a try. Whoosh! He passed through the light screen and entered the second level. Instantly, a scorching aura hit him in the face. The extremely dense origin energy drifted about in the void. Fang Chen's body trembled as the energy in his body resonated with the origin energy. The second level is indeed much better than the first level. Fang Chen grinned. At a glance, the second floor was divided into several areas. The area at the very front had 9 bluestones. All 9 bluestones are empty. Why aren't they cultivating there? The second level required 200 low-grade origin stones every 2 hours. Since he was already here, he would definitely go to a place with dense origin energy to cultivate. Fang Chen didn't think too much and directly sat on a bluestone near him. Wang! The rich origin energy instantly surged, and Fang Chen's face showed a hint of joy. Flying needle technique. In fact, being able to cultivate in the everlasting sword pagoda was already considered a luxury. At the very least, most of the disciples who were unable to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet did not have enough origin stones to cultivate here. Who is that kid? Why are you cultivating at Duan Hei's place? F***ck, he even dares to occupy Duan Hei's place. Is he tired of living? Hey! This brat looks so familiar. I remember now. He seems to be Fang Chen from the Star River province. Recently, he's caused quite a bit of commotion in the outer sect. In an instant, all the disciples' gazes were focused on Fang Chen. Duan Hei's strength is obvious to all. Although he's not strong and is ranked at the bottom of the Wuji Sky Tablet, he has a powerful brother. However, he has a powerful older brother. Otherwise, how could he dare to occupy a bluestone platform on the second floor? Yes, these 9 bluestone platforms are the best places to cultivate in the second level. Countless people dream of it, but it's firmly occupied by the 9 of them. No one dares to provoke them. If it's any other bluestone platform, it's fine. But they just have to occupy Duanhei's place. Now that Duanhei is here, he's going to explode, right? Many disciples were discussing. At this moment, Duanhei arrived. Young Master Duan, the origin stones have been paid for you. You can cultivate here to your heart's content. A disciple said fawningly. Duanhei nodded and walked straight to the bluestone platform. However, he paused midway and pointed at Fang Chen, who was cultivating on the platform, and said, "Who is he?" Everyone who was in the midst of cultivation fell silent. A few disciples stood up and said, "Senior brother Duanhei, this is Fang Chen from the Star River province." Fang Chen? The Fang Chen who had a life and death battle with Blue Mo? Duanhei's face gradually darkened. The guy who ranked last on the Wuji Sky tablet dared to occupy his bluestone platform. All 9 bluestone platforms are empty, yet he chose to occupy mine. Is he looking down on me? Duanhei's heart was burning with anger. Senior brother Duanhei, this guy is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Some disciples rushed to attack in order to curry favor with Duanhei. Soon, a disciple attacked at lightning speed and threw a punch at Fang Chen's body. Dong. The terrifying rebounding force instantly sent that person flying. At the same time, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and looked at him with a frown. Why did you interrupt my cultivation? Fang Chen questioned. You're Fang Chen? Duanhei stared at Fang Chen and asked. Who are you? Kid, you've got guts. You dare to occupy my spot. Duanhei sneered. Who doesn't know that all 9 bluestone platforms on the second floor have owners? You don't want to occupy others' spots, but you want to occupy mine. Aren't you bullying me? Fang Chen frowned and was unhappy. The Wuji Sword Pagoda is the outer sect's public cultivation resource. You violated the outer sect's rules by occupying it without permission. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. But, this bluestone platform is my private cultivation spot. Duanhei emphasized again. What a joke. There are so many on the second floor. Where is your name? The outer sect doesn't have such a decision. As long as I pay enough origin stones, I can cultivate wherever I want. Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do? Fang Chen said. Kid, you dare to talk to young Master Duan like that? Do you want to die? Kid, you're dead. You even dare to offend young Master Duan? A few disciples surrounded Duanhei and scolded Fang Chen. Pa pa pa. Crisp sounds could be heard in the air. The disciples who had just scolded Fang Chen fell to the ground in an instant. 5 red finger marks could be seen on their faces and a burning aura surrounded them. No matter what, I'm still a disciple of the Wuji Sky Steely. Who do you think you are? You dare to tell me what to do? Fang Chen's attitude was very strong. He didn't give Duanhei any face and directly attacked his subordinates. Duanhei squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black pupils. After speaking, Fang Chen ignored Duanhei and continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Seeing this, Duanhei clenched his fist and punched towards Fang Chen. Dong. Just as his fist was about to reach Fang Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. There was anger in his eyes. Immediately after, he gathered all the strength in his body and fiercely punched Duanhei's fist. Catcher. Duanhei's strength was about the same as Lan River's. In terms of strength, he was no match for Fang Chen. Under the impact, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Duanhei's body and his body was sent flying. Young Master Duan. A few lackeys hurriedly helped Duanhei up. Kid, you're dead. Young Master Duan's brother is Duan Yunlong. If you dare to offend young Master Duan, his brother won't let you go. Oh. So you have a brother to back you up. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and smiled. Unfortunately, I don't know any Duan Yunlong. Duanhei's heart burned with anger. In the previous exchange, he had already felt the terror of Fang Chen. Talking to a dying person is simply a waste of my time. Duanhei sneered, "In 2 months, you will definitely die at the hands of Blue Devil. I, Duanhei, disdain to attack you. So, I can cultivate here?" Fang Chen spread his hands and asked. Just wait and see." Duanhei flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fang Chen looked around at the crowd and then sat cross-legged on Duanhei's bluestone platform. No matter where, only the strong would gain the respect of others. Duanhei relied on his brother's reputation to bully the weak disciples. They were afraid of Duanhei, but he was not. Outside the everlasting sword pagoda. "Young Master Duan, are we just going to let that kid go?" "Yes, young Master Duan. He dared to attack you, you must kill him. Young Master Duan, if you use your full strength, you will definitely be able to suppress Fang Chen," a few lackeys said in a low voice. Duanhei's dark eyes flickered with cold killing intent as he said coldly, "He dared to provoke me, Duanhei. He will not have a good ending. A mere disciple ranked in the top 1,000 of the everlasting sky tablet is not enough for my brother to make a move. Young Master Duan, then how should we deal with Fang Chen?" Hearing this, Duanhei sneered, as if he already had a plan in mind. Chapter 21:17. Genius 1 second remember love go little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Galaxy Province was ranked last out of the 73 lineages of the Outer Sect. However, even so, Fang Chen's name had spread among the lower-ranked lineages. He had killed Lan Xing, pierced Lan He with a sword, and challenged Lan Mo to a 3-month battle. All of these had caused his name to spread. Especially when the latter had entered the Wuji Sky Stele, those disciples who couldn't enter the Wuji Sky Stele were envious. Duanhei came from the 65th ranked Black-White Mansion. Their lineage was in a universe called the Black-White Universe. The Black-White Universe had produced many geniuses over the years. Especially in Duanhei's generation, there were a few outstanding experts. One of them had even entered the inner sect. This caused the Black-White Mansion to have a high status in the outer sect. Even those who were ranked higher than the Black-White Mansion did not dare to provoke them. Duanhei's strength wasn't too strong. The reason why he could do whatever he wanted in the outer sect was because of his brother, Duan Yunlong. Duan Yunlong was ranked in the top 500 of the Wuji Sky Stele. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. With Duan Yunlong protecting his brother, Duanhei was even more fearless. This time, Fang Chen had snatched Duanhei's green stone platform, causing the latter to hold a grudge against him. Hence, he came to visit Lan Mo. "Who are you?" "Black-White Mansion's Duanhei is here to visit Lan Mo," Duanhei said. Soon, the guard sent a message to Lan Mo, who welcomed him with a smile. "Haha, what brings brother Duanhei here?" Lan Mo invited Duanhei into the Blue Moon Mansion. The two of them sat in the pavilion and chatted happily. "Brother Lan Mo, I heard that you're going to have a life-and-death battle with Fang Chen in 2 months. Duanhei went straight to the point. "That damned guy. He insulted my Blue Moon Mansion time and time again. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart." Lan Mo gritted his teeth when he mentioned Fang Chen. "To be honest, I had a conflict with Fang Chen in the Wuji Sword Pagoda," Duanhei continued. "Oh." Lan Mo looked at Duanhei and his eyes sparkled. "I've come here this time to discuss with Brother Blue Devil how to kill this kid in 2 months. Limitless Sword Pagoda's 2nd floor, on the bluestone platform." Fang Chen, who had been cultivating for several hours, could feel that his comprehension of the flying needle technique had already reached a certain level. Phew, Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Time to go out. There was no need to stay any longer. It would be a complete waste of origin stones. After leaving the Limitless Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen realized that the sky had already darkened, and he could not even see his fingers in front of him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a subtle energy fluctuation in the air. "Biahem?" Fang Chen frowned. His expression changed slightly. These energy fluctuations were clearly from a battle. Who's fighting so late at night? Fang Chen was a little curious. He quickly rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Whoosh! Using the spacetime cultivation system, Fang Chen shuttled through the void and quickly arrived at the edge of the mountain. This place was already far away from the outer sect buildings of the Limitless Sword Sect. Over there. Fang Chen hid in the weeds and suddenly realized that there were two experts fighting halfway up the mountain. Whoosh, unimaginable sword light circled in the sky and finally collided with each other. The energy fluctuations that erupted shocked Fang Chen. So strong. Are they also outer sect disciples? Fang Chen was very curious. Such strength was already the strongest divine inscriptions realm that he had ever seen. Love Go Little Say Chu with their strength, they should at least be in the top 50 of the Limitless Sky Monument, right? Fang Chen thought to himself. Halfway up the mountain, a man in a black robe, holding a giant sword, stared ahead. Opposite him was a man in a purple robe, holding a software in his hand. Zifang, your strength hasn't improved much after so many years. The man in the black robe sneered. Aren't you the same, Wen Kong? The man called Zifang said. Today's battle is a draw. We'll fight again in 3 years. Wen Kong put away his giant sword and said with a smile. However, just as Zifang was about to leave, they suddenly noticed someone in the dark. Who is it? Following Zifang's angry roar, Fang Chen walked out of the weeds awkwardly. Senior brothers, I came here because I accidentally noticed the fluctuations of the battle. Fang Chen hurriedly explained. Void Realm? Seeing Fang Chen, Zifang was stunned for a moment. He frowned and was a little unhappy. You're Fang Chen from the Star River province? Wen Kong looked at Fang Chen with interest and asked. How do you know? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Of course I know. You're the first person after me to use the primordial spirit to control the sword puppet and defeat your opponent in the sword puppet arena. Wen Kong grinned. After knowing that this person was Fang Chen, Wen Kong's attitude towards him obviously improved. So it's you. Zifang said in surprise. However, talent doesn't represent strength. You're too weak now and don't have the qualifications to watch our battle. Go back. Senior brothers, I'll take my leave. Fang Chen was very tactful and hurriedly left. After returning to the Star River province, Fang Chen kept thinking about the battle between his two senior brothers. Senior brother Wen Kong's control of the sword has reached the point where he knows it like the back of his hand. And senior brother Zifang can use qi to control the sword. It's really amazing. Watching the battle between the two experts, Fang Chen felt enlightened and hurriedly began to practice the traceless sword principle. After an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He curled his lips and said, I haven't mastered the traceless sword principle, but I've mastered the second level of the flying needle technique. After mastering the second level of the flying needle technique, Fang Chen was more confident in the deathmatch. Although he had not stepped into the divine rune realm, he had created a historical record in the chaotic void. Just you wait. In 2 months, I'll make you regret your decision. After saying that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Today, the 3-month deadline had arrived. Some disciples who were watching the deathmatch came to the martial arts practice field early in the morning. Many people were discussing who would fall in this battle of life and death, and who would win. Young Master Duan, you're here too? In the crowd, someone recognized Duan He and asked with a smile. I'm here to see how Fang Chen will be killed by Lan Mo, Duan He said coldly. As time passed, more and more disciples gathered in the martial arts practice field. About 2 hours later, Lan Mo also arrived. Senior brother Lan Mo. Many people were shouting Lan Mo's name. A few elders of the law enforcement hall also came. Among them, Elder Lan and the others smiled when they saw Lan Mo's refreshed look. Lan Mo will definitely kill Fang Chen in this deathmatch. If Fang Chen falls, then there's no need for the Star River province to continue existing, right? Indeed. After waiting for a while, Fang Chen finally arrived under everyone's gaze. Whoosh. With a leap, he jumped onto the martial arts practice field and looked at Lan Mo. Fang Chen, are you ready to die? Lan Mo asked eerily. I'm not ready, Fang Chen shrugged and said, because I won't die at all. The one who will die will be you. Mph, it's useless to be glib. I won't hold back in the deathmatch. After today, the Star River province will disappear from the outer sect, Lan Mo said disdainfully. Below, Duan He was furious when he saw Fang Chen. This damned guy. I really hope Lan Mo can kill him, Duan He said in a deep voice. Young Master Duan, don't worry. Fang Chen is no match for Lan Mo, that's right. Lan Mo is a prodigy ranked in the 800s on the Wuji Sky Tablet. How can Fang Chen defeat him? I hope so, Duan He said gloomily. On the martial arts practice field, the atmosphere was tense. On the rostrum, Elder He announced the rules of the deathmatch. In theory, the deathmatch will not end until one side dies. However, you're both disciples of the Wuji sword sect. I hope you can stop when you're done, Elder He said. During the deathmatch, you can't borrow the power of others. The deathmatch will only end when one side dies. Although the deathmatch had such rules, Elder He still hoped that the two could put aside their hatred and decide the victor. However, it was merely a thought. He knew that it was impossible. On the path of martial arts, once the sword was drawn, there was no turning back. Chapter 21:18. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Elder Black finished his announcement, Blue Devil was already eager to give it a try. He could not wait to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen, enjoy the approach of death. After Lan Mo said this, an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Then, a giant sword appeared in his hand. Crash! With a swing of the giant sword, the whole world seemed to be spinning. Wherever the giant sword passed, a terrifying sword aura would spread out, quickly forming many black and enchanting flowers. There were spots of white on these flowers. They looked ordinary, but in fact, they were filled with killing intent. Heaven and Earth Obliteration Technique. Lan Mo shouted and performed the Heaven and Earth Obliteration Technique. Under the control of the giant sword, the black and enchanting flowers formed by the sword chi in the sky revolved together to form a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, a terrifying black sword light gradually appeared. Crack! The surrounding void shattered instantly. Lan Mo waved his hand and the giant sword spun a few rounds in the sky. The black sword light that appeared from the vortex absorbed all the flowers. Then, it merged with the giant sword and burst out a dazzling black light. Kill! Lan Mo was aggressive. He held the giant sword and slashed it. It seems that Lan Mo really wants to kill Fang Chen. He performed his best Heaven and Earth Obliteration technique right from the start. Yes, it is said that although this Heaven and Earth Obliteration technique is a medium-level divine technique, its real power is comparable to a high-level divine technique. It seems that the battle is about to end. No one had expected it to end when it had just begun. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen sneered when he saw Lan Mo's attack. In my eyes, all of your attacks are nothing more than the resistance of an ant. Fang Chen sneered. He entered the void and shuttled back and forth, avoiding Lan Mo's attacks. At the same time, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He performed the immemorial soul refining technique. 6 sword moves were performed at the same time and attacked the giant sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded in the sky and the void shattered. Fang Chen quickly retreated and stabilized himself on the martial arts stage. Crack! Lan Mo held the giant sword and shattered Fang Chen's attack. He took a step forward and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Is this all you've got? Fang Chen did not care about Lan Mo's ridicule. In a battle of life and death, only the last survivor would be the winner. Moreover, he had not performed the traceless sword principle. Buzz! Faced with Lan Mo's powerful attack, Fang Chen performed the traceless sword technique. A streak of sword light that was imperceptible to the naked eye silently appeared in the air. It shot toward the blue demon with unstoppable power. At the same time, Fang Chen used flying needle flying technique. The second level of the flying needle art was displayed. The terrifying power of the Soul Dao instantly condensed into 2 resplendent flying needles, which shot towards the Blue Devil's eyes. On the rostrum, Elder Blue's expression changed. He vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness. What's going on? Elder Blue stared intently at Fang Chen, but he could not find any clues. I hope it's just my imagination, Elder Lan said softly. Poochie. Just when everyone thought that Lan Mo's thunderous attack had completely suppressed Fang Chen, the battle situation took a 180-degree turn. Ah! A miserable cry rang out from Lan Mo's mouth. A shocking hole had appeared on his chest at some point in time. Blood constantly flowed out from it. Bang! Lan Mo's body was on the verge of collapse. He tried his best to hold on, but it was useless. The traceless sword principle was too powerful and he could not withstand it. Swoosh! Just as Blue Devil's body fell, 2 flying needles shot into his eyes, causing his eyeballs to explode. Dong! Lan Mo let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events stunned Elder Blue and the others. He immediately cried out, "It's the traceless sword principle. It must be the traceless sword principle. Only the traceless sword principle could erupt such a powerful force." Recalling the uneasiness he felt, Elder Lan was even more certain that Fang Chen was using the Wuji Sword Sect's supreme universe-level divine technique, the traceless sword principle. Die! The attack of the traceless sword principle immediately made Lan Mo lose his combat strength. Coupled with the flying needle technique, he lost his sight and became a cripple. Fang Chen walked towards Lan Mo step by step and raised the hidden star sword in his hand. "When you challenged me, you should have been prepared to die." After saying that, Fang Chen's face was emotionless. The hidden star sword quickly fell and blood splattered everywhere. Lan Mo's head was chopped off and his primordial spirit shattered. "Stop!" When Elder Lan woke up from the shock, he was instantly enraged and hurriedly scolded. But it was too late. Lan Mo had been killed by Fang Chen. Crash! Elder Lan's body flashed and landed on the martial arts practice ring. After checking Lan Mo's body, he found that Lan Mo was dead and his face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes. "Elder Lan, are you going to interfere in the life-and-death battle?" Elder He scolded. "Lan Mo is dead and the life-and-death battle is over. I hope Elder Lan will restrain himself." The entire martial arts practice ring was in an uproar. Countless disciples widened their eyes and looked at the bloody scene. They did not expect the outcome to be like this. "You have cultivated the traceless sword principle?" Elder Lan suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Fang Chen did not deny it. The traceless sword principle was the sword principle divine technique of the Wuji sword sect. Elder Lan and the others had seen it and he had to admit it. "With your current strength, you are not qualified to obtain the traceless sword principle. You sneaked into the secret skills pavilion and stole the traceless sword principle." Elder Lan said word by word, "Do you know that this is a capital offense?" After hearing the words traceless sword principle, the martial arts practice ring was in an uproar again. "Oh my God, Fang Chen has cultivated the traceless sword principle. No one in the outer sect has been able to cultivate this sword principle until now. He has actually cultivated it. It is said that a genius who can cultivate the traceless sword principle has the potential to surpass all the disciples." Many people looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Their eyes were burning with passion. Before this, they were just watching the show. But now, it was different. Fang Chen had cultivated the traceless sword principle. This was definitely explosive news. How is this possible? This damn guy, how did he cultivate the traceless sword principle? Duan He, who was in the crowd, muttered to himself. His mind was blank. He vaguely remembered that his brother, Duan Yunlong, had said that in the entire outer sect, even the number 1 person on the Wuji Sky Tablet could not cultivate the traceless sword principle. However, anyone who could cultivate the traceless sword principle divine skill had the potential to be on a different level. Duan He trembled. His heart was in turmoil. On the martial arts practice ring, Elder Lan, Fang Chen is able to cultivate the traceless sword principle. This is our outer sect's blessing. Don't you think it is too much to make such malicious conjectures? Elder Lan said in a deep voice. Elder Lan, as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, you should know better than me the importance of the traceless sword principle. How could an ordinary outer sect disciple come into contact with the traceless sword principle? Elder Lan questioned. Please tell me, how did he obtain the traceless sword principle? No matter what, Fang Chen has cultivated the traceless sword principle and is already an important disciple of the outer sect. Don't you dare touch him. Elder Lan said, I know you hate Fang Chen because of Lan Mo's death. However, this is the truth. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Lan Mo for being inferior. He was the one who proposed the death match. At that time, I didn't want to accept it. However, you, Elder Lan, insisted on accepting it. Now that Lan Mo is dead, you are looking for trouble with Fang Chen, Elder Lan continued. Fang Chen, tell me, where did you obtain the traceless sword principle? Elder Lan kept harping on this matter. If I say it fell from the sky, would you believe me? Fang Chen said. Mph, don't be so glib. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will punish you on behalf of the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Lan scolded. Fang Chen spread out his hands, indicating that he was speechless. Elder Lan, I respect you as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Therefore, no matter how malicious your conjectures are, I am not angry. Moreover, when you asked me where I obtained the traceless sword principle, I told you the truth. However, what about you? As an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, you are using your position to avenge private matters. What is the point of this? Chapter 21:19. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Elder Lan was from the Blue Moon Manor, so she naturally had to protect the Blue Moon Manor's disciples. Normally, there were many Blue Moon Manor disciples who violated the outer sect's rules, but Elder Lan bent the law for personal gain and did not pursue the matter. Today, he had originally been confident that Blue Demon would be able to kill Fang Chen in the Galaxy Province. However, the outcome had exceeded his expectations. For a moment, Elder Lan was unable to accept this fact. Therefore, he wanted to punish Fang Chen with his traceless sword technique. However, Elder He and the others strongly opposed it. What kind of joke was this? To be able to master the traceless sword art, he was a genius that was hard to come by in a billion years. How could he allow Elder Lan to punish him? Mph, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Elder Lan was so angry that he lost his mind and scolded. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and attacked Fang Chen. Impudent! Seeing this, Elder He let out a low growl and shielded Fang Chen behind him. Then, he exchanged a blow with Elder Blue. Move aside, Elder Blue said coldly. Elder Blue, don't be so obstinate. Elder Black said. You can't stop me. Elder Blue sneered. His body turned into a series of afterimages and instantly surrounded Elder Black. Bang bang bang. While Elder Black was dealing with the afterimage, Elder Blue's main body had already silently arrived in front of Fang Chen. Br crack. Fang Chen moved his body sideways without warning, barely dodging Elder Blue's powerful attack. Die, brat. Elder Blue punched out, shattering the void. Fang Chen was enveloped by the terrifying power. Stop. Elder Black's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. However, his actions were unable to stop Elder Lan, who had descended into madness. The latter increased his strength and launched a fierce and domineering attack on Fang Chen. Love go little say Wk not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly and was about to perform the traceless swordsmanship. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared. Then, he sensed that the powerful force binding him had disappeared without a trace. Elder Blue. A light voice came from the sky. Bang. A giant hand descended from the sky and pressed Elder Blue to the ground. His dangerous attack was instantly neutralized. What happened? Everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes as they looked at Elder Lan, who was being pressed onto the martial arts practice field. In the entire outer sect, there was no one else who possessed such strength apart from the outer sect leader. Heavens, even the outer sect leader has been alerted. The hearts of many disciples were filled with shock. The giant hand pressed Elder Blue to the ground, but no one appeared. Elder Lan, you've gone too far. The voice came from the void again. Although his voice was very soft, no one dared to ignore it. This was especially so for Elder Black and the others, who cupped their fists towards the void. Sword Master, Fang Chen secretly learned the traceless swordsmanship. As the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, I punish him, Elder Blue said in horror. However, before he could finish his sentence, the cold voice came from the void again. You're too stubborn. The law enforcement hall is not suitable for you. From now on, Elder Blue will be stripped of his position as the elder of the law enforcement hall. He will be demoted to an ordinary elder and will assist Elder Hisan in the daily affairs of the disciples. Swordmaster, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Elder Blue was shocked when he heard that and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the giant hand disappeared and the voice came from the void again. Swordmaster? Fang Chen looked at the giant hand that disappeared and was shocked. He was indeed the Swordmaster, the person in charge of the entire outer sect. He could intimidate everyone before he even arrived and pressed Elder Blue to the ground with just one hand. Elder Blue's face was ashen. He got up from the ground and looked at Fang Chen with resentment. Elder Blue, take care. Elder Black flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Some of the other elders who were originally on Elder Blue's side were trembling and separated themselves from Elder Blue. They were afraid that the Sword Master would blame them and demote them to ordinary elders. Dong. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Soon after, he looked at the distant horizon with some confusion. Whoosh! Before he could react, the figure disappeared into thin air. Fang Chen disappeared. The Sword Master must have taken him away. Other than the Sword Master, there could be no one else who could take Fang Chen away under the noses of Elder Black and the others. It seems that the Sword Master is also paying attention to this battle. Elder Black and the others were happy for Fang Chen. He was destined to be extraordinary after cultivating the traceless sword principle. Now that he was summoned by the Sword Master, it could be imagined that his future path would be even easier. In the martial arts arena, everyone was still in shock. At this moment, Fang Chen had already arrived at the center of power of the outer sect. He was in a sword-shaped palace. I am the Sword Master. An old man in a long white robe sat on the throne with a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. Disciple Fang Chen greets the Sword Master. Fang Chen was shocked. If he did not know, he would not have associated this person with the Sword Master. You're welcome. The Sword Master seemed to be in a good mood and was not affected by Elder Blue's words. Where did you get your traceless sword principle? The Sword Master asked. Sword Master, my traceless sword principle fell from the sky, Fang Chen said truthfully. Unexpectedly, the Sword Master believed him. Fang Chen did not expect the Sword Master to believe him. He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with passion. I didn't expect the outer sect to have a genius like you. It's a pity that someone else found you first. Fang Chen guessed that the someone else the Sword Master was referring to was someone from the inner sect. It was also very likely that it was the old man who took Fang Shi away. The traceless sword principle hasn't been cultivated for a long time. You were able to cultivate it with your own efforts. You are indeed a genius in the way of the sword. The Sword Master laughed. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have the highest potential in the outer sect. Sword Master, you flatter me. I was just lucky, Fang Chen said humbly. Who was the Sword Master? He was the high and mighty leader of the outer sect and controlled the entire outer sect. No one knew how powerful he was. The Sword Master's black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his body was imprisoned in the void. All his secrets became transparent and were completely exposed to the Sword Master. After a long time, the Sword Master nodded in satisfaction. If it wasn't for this life-and-death battle, I wouldn't have noticed you. The Sword Master stroked his white beard and said with a smile, however, it's not too late now. You haven't stepped into the divine pattern realm, so there is still room for improvement. By the way, how many divine pattern of order have you absorbed? If you need divine pattern of order, just let me know. The Sword Master asked Fang Chen to release the divine pattern of order. Fang Chen nodded lightly and one by one, the divine pattern of order appeared above his head. 5. However, just as the Sword Master finished speaking, the 6th divine pattern appeared, followed by the 7th and 8th. Could it be that he absorbed 9? Whoosh! When the 9th divine pattern of order appeared, the Sword Master's eyes widened. But soon, he felt relieved. It was normal for a sword Dao genius who had mastered the traceless sword art to absorb 9 divine runes of order. Not bad, not bad. The limit of the void realm. The sword master nodded with a smile. However, this wasn't the end. Since the sword master valued him, he had to show some ability. Fang Chen released the 10th divine pattern of order without hesitation. Suddenly, the bright divine pattern of order lit up the entire palace. The sword master's smile disappeared as he stared at Fang Chen in shock. This is the 10th divine pattern of order. The sword master rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that he had seen wrongly. However, after countless confirmations, he finally believed the truth in front of his eyes. Can the void realm absorb the 10th divine pattern of order? The sword master seemed to be asking himself this question. His heart was surging with waves of shock. The limit of the void realm was 9 divine patterns of order. This was the iron law of the chaotic void, but Fang Chen had broken it. Senior Sword Master, existence is reason. Moreover, the limit of the void realm absorbing 9 divine patterns of order is just some theory. They can't absorb the 10th divine pattern because of various factors, Fang Chen said. After a long while, the sword master woke up from his shock and nodded lightly. Existence is reason. He muttered to himself, after cultivating for countless years, I can finally see a legend today. I have no regrets in my life. Fang Chen had raised the void realm record to 10 divine patterns, shocking the sword master. Chapter 2120. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The sword master looked at Fang Chen in a daze, his eyes filled with excitement. Although he was shocked to learn the traceless sword principle, he could still accept it. After all, there had been people who had succeeded in the history of the Wuji sword sect. However, for a void realm expert to absorb 10 fused divine runes of order, this was definitely unprecedented. He dared not say that no one would be able to do it in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Ever since the existence of the chaotic void, the most powerful person in history had only absorbed 9 divine order runes. 9 was the limit. Throughout the years, there had been many elites who had tried to absorb the 10th divine order rune, but they had all failed and died. However, there was someone who had successfully absorbed the 10th divine order rune before his eyes. Does this mean that 9 divine order runes isn't the limit of the void realm? After a long while, the swordmaster's heart trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. Today, he had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Whoosh! Fang Chen kept the 10 divine order runes, and the terrifying aura in the sword-shaped hall instantly dissipated. Seeing the swordmaster's expression, Fang Chen knew that he had achieved his goal. He had already displayed such outstanding talent, and the swordmaster would definitely value him. His days in the Wuji sword sect would be much better in the future. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the Blue Moon Prefecture taking revenge on him. On the path of martial arts, other than talent, cultivation resources were more important. Talent determined the upper limit of a martial artist's growth, and cultivation resources determined the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. Fang Chen had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He had to protect his family and friends. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to allow the Galaxy Prefecture to gain a foothold in the outer sect. Although the Galaxy Prefecture could survive in the outer sect, many of the higher-ranked prefectures didn't even acknowledge the Galaxy lineage. They didn't even bother to attack the Galaxy lineage. If Fang Chen wanted to change this, he had to become stronger. Senior Sword Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted him softly. The Sword Master suddenly woke up from his shock. He squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he was staring at a peerless locust tree treasure, and he was deeply afraid that it would slip away if he wasn't careful. Why didn't you say that you absorbed 10 fused divine runes of order? The Sword Master asked. Fang Chen remained silent. The Sword Master continued, from today onwards, you will enter the limitless sword pagoda to cultivate. You don't need any source stones. You can cultivate for as long as you want. This was the promise that the Sword Master had made to Fang Chen. It was also a certain amount of cultivation resources. The limitless sword pagoda was the outer sect's holy land for cultivation, but the price was incomparably high. Many disciples did not have enough source stones to cultivate. However, the sword master had waived all of Fang Chen's origin stones. He could enter and leave as he pleased to cultivate. One had to know that in the history of the limitless sword sect, other than him, no other disciple had received such treatment. Thank you, sword master. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The limitless sword pagoda had helped him a lot, and the sword master's words had undoubtedly benefited him a lot. You were able to absorb 10 fused divine runes of order. Such potential is considered top-notch in the entire chaotic void. In the void realm, you can be considered as the undisputed number one person, the swordmaster said. The strongest void realm martial artist in history, just this honor alone was frightening. From today onwards, you are a core disciple of the outer sect. If you have any problems, you can look for me directly, the swordmaster said. Then, the swordmaster waved his hand, and suddenly, a ray of light shot into Fang Chen's glabella. Fang Chen felt a vast amount of energy spread out instantly, and countless small words appeared in his mind. Back then, I also tried to cultivate the traceless sword principle, but I failed. It wasn't until I became the outer sect leader that I started to comprehend the traceless sword principle again. This is my understanding of the traceless sword principle. Take a good look at it, the sword master said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Wasn't the comprehension of the traceless sword principle too precious? The traceless sword principle was a supreme universe-level divine art, and there were a total of 3 moves. Fang Chen had only mastered the first move, but he was already invincible in the void realm. He could even hold his own in the divine inscription realm. According to his guess, if he could master the second move of the traceless sword principle, he would be invincible in the divine inscription realm. Sword master, I will never forget your kindness. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the sword master. The sword master waved his hand and said, "You are a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. It is natural for me to help you. Thank you." After the sword master finished speaking, his gaze fell on Fang Chen again. After observing for a long time, he said, "Although your physical body is strong, I feel that there are some flaws." Oh! Fang Chen listened attentively. The swordmaster was too strong. He was knowledgeable, and his analysis was unique. If you have time, you can try the Purgatory Tower. The swordmaster said, "The Purgatory Tower is only open to the top 100 disciples on the Wuji Sky Tablet. However, with your strength, it is only a matter of time before you enter the top 100. I will allow you to enter the Purgatory Tower freely." Swordmaster, what is the Purgatory Tower? Fang Chen was curious. He had been in the Wuji sword sect for some time. Why hadn't he heard of the Purgatory Tower? Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. The sword master grinned and said, "The Purgatory Tower is a tower for tempering the physical body. If a martial artist can persevere after entering the tower, the tempering of the physical body might change your special body constitution. In the history of our limitless sword sect, there were many geniuses who came out of the Purgatory Tower with a completely new body. They cultivated some special physiques that were famous in the primal chaos void." Swordmaster said, "However, these special physiques are all related to the Sword Dao. I realized that your physical body is related to the Sword Dao. This way, you will have a higher chance of success after entering the Purgatory Tower." Voila! The Swordmaster's wrist shook, and a triangular token flew towards Fang Chen. The latter caught it and looked at it carefully. There was a giant sword drawn on the back and the word sword on the front. The Purgatory Tower is on the Purgatory Mountain. You can enter the Purgatory Tower with this token, the Sword Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He had heard of the Purgatory Mountain before. He was still wondering what exactly was on the Purgatory Mountain and why disciples were forbidden from entering. Now, he finally understood that the Purgatory Tower was on the Purgatory Mountain. I can only help you this much. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Your potential is great. Don't let yourself sink. The Sword Master waved his hand, indicating that Fang Chen could leave. Thank you, Sword Master. Fang Chen bid farewell to the Sword Master, walked out of the sword-shaped palace, and returned to the Star River Prefecture. Blue Moon Prefecture. Elder Blue's face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, with a bang, he smashed the stone table beside him. His heart was burning with anger. "That damned bastard," Elder Blue said coldly. His eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. "Elder Blue, this is all that Blue Devil's fault. If not for him, you wouldn't have been demoted to an ordinary elder," Lan Jian said calmly. There was a huge difference between an ordinary elder and an enforcement elder. His current status was even lower than Elder He San's. "You want me to help that He San guy? Dream on," Elder Blue said with a heavy voice. "With the Sword Master's appearance, Fang Chen in the Star River Prefecture will definitely be noticed. It will be extremely difficult for us to take action," Lan Jian continued. It didn't matter if Blue Devil died, but Elder Blue was demoted. This was definitely not something their Blue Moon Prefecture wanted to see. Elder Blue was demoted to an ordinary elder. For Blue Moon Prefecture, this was too great of a loss. Therefore, even Lan Jian couldn't sit still anymore. Just because it isn't easy to take action doesn't mean we don't have a chance. I have just been demoted. Don't act rashly. You must wait patiently. When you have enough confidence, then take action." Elder Blue's eyes emitted a cold light as he said coldly, "Elder Blue, don't worry. I will order the Blue Moon Prefecture disciples not to cause trouble for a period of time." Lan Jian nodded and said, "However, as for how to deal with Fang Chen, Elder Blue will have to personally take action." "Don't worry. He caused me to be demoted. I will definitely take revenge," Elder Blue said. "Oh right, how's your cultivation?" Hearing this, Lan Jian's face revealed a helpless expression. "I feel that my physical strength has reached a bottleneck. Every time I go to the Purgatory Tower, I can't change the nature of my physical body." Elder Blue thought for a moment and took out a pill from his bosom. Chapter 21-21. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the battle with the Blue Devil, Fang Chen's name spread again. This battle had attracted the attention of the elusive Sword Master. Countless disciples were shocked by this battle. Especially after the battle, when the Sword Master summoned Fang Chen, it caused countless disciples to speculate. Fang Chen's domineering killing of the Blue Devil made many disciples acknowledge his strength. However, there were still many factions that thought that Fang Chen was too high profile and that the Star River province would not exist for long. Black and White Mansion. The Black and White universe was many times stronger than the Blue Moon universe. Duan He and Duan Yunlong both came from the Black and White universe. Although Duan Yunlong was not the strongest person in the Black and White Mansion, his deterrence was still very strong. It was said that Duan Yunlong's strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the Black and White Mansion. One could imagine how strong he was. At this moment, in a certain pavilion, Duan Yunlong sat quietly on a stone bench, holding a teacup in his hand and drinking tea leisurely. "Big brother, that Fang Chen is too much," Duan He said anxiously. At this moment, Duan Yunlong put down his teacup and turned to look at his younger brother. "Brother, you're always so impatient." Duan Yunlong shook his head and said, "Your potential is not bad, but you don't like to cultivate. And you learn from others, arrogant and despotic, occupying the best cultivation spot in the Wuji Sword Tower. I told you before that the Wuji Sword sect is not our Black and White universe. Those who can come here are all geniuses of various universes. They also had their own pride in their hearts. Because I was protecting you before, many people were not willing to be your enemy. But if this goes on, it won't be a good thing," Duan Yunlong said earnestly. But big brother, Duan He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Duan Yunlong. "Fang Chen of the Star River province. Although he is weak, his potential is not bad. How long has it been since he came to the outer sect and killed the Blue Devil? Even I am ashamed of my inferiority to such a speed of growth. And this time, he attracted the attention of the Sword Master. You better not provoke him in the future," Duan Yunlong warned. "Got it, big brother." Duan He lowered his head. Without Duan Yunlong's help, how could he fight Fang Chen on his own? "All right, if there's nothing else, don't disturb me. I'm going into secluded cultivation," Duan Yunlong said as he stood up and left. A cold glint flashed across Duan Hei's eyes. Fang Chen, Galaxy Prefecture. Fang Chen was comprehending the traceless sword art that the swordmaster had given him. As expected of the swordmaster, he can actually use such an unconventional method to comprehend the traceless sword principle. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes and sighed. After a deep comprehension, he realized that the swordmaster's method was very unique. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not think in such a way. However, this was where the sword master's brilliance lay. My control over the first move of the traceless sword art has become even more perfect. However, there's still a certain distance before I can master the second move. Fang Chen curled his lips and said to himself. Right now, he had already reached the critical point of the void realm. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the divine pattern realm. However, Fang Chen was hesitating. He was wondering if 10 fused divine patterns of order was the limit of the void realm. Could it be that he really couldn't absorb the 11th one? After successfully absorbing the 10th one, Fang Chen was even more eager to try. However, he didn't try recklessly. After stopping his cultivation, Fang Chen stood up and said, "Let's go to the Purgatory Tower to take a look." The perfect sword body was still considered powerful in the universe, but in the primal chaos, it clearly couldn't keep up with Fang Chen's growth. Fang Chen also wanted to give it a try and see if he could gain anything in the Purgatory Tower. Purgatory Mountain. This was an extremely small mountain peak above the limitless Sword Mountain. The surroundings of this mountain peak were scarlet all year round, and a terrifying aura filled the entire mountain peak. Slaughter was the specialty of Purgatory Mountain. Many disciples who weren't firm enough easily lost their rationality when they came to Purgatory Mountain. As soon as he arrived at the foot of Purgatory Mountain, he was stopped by a red-haired elder. Disciple Fang Chen wishes to enter the Purgatory Tower to cultivate. As he spoke, he took out the triangular token. En. Sword Master token? Seeing this, the red-haired elder's expression changed, and then he directly let him go. What kind of joke was this? In the outer sect, the sword master was the strongest and also the person with the highest status. His token wouldn't be given to others so casually. Deng deng deng. After ascending the Purgatory Mountain, Fang Chen felt that the surroundings were filled with an incomparably scarlet aura. So oppressive. Fang Chen felt that even his heart was a bit shaken. This scarlet aura was filled with tyrannical source power. If he recklessly absorbed it, it would cause harm to his body. What a strange place. I wonder how it was built. In Fang Chen's words, it was simply amazing. In the Scarlet Storm, a 9-story tall tower was faintly discernible. This was the Purgatory Tower. There were complicated patterns on the Purgatory Tower's body. It was entirely red, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. That is, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the complicated patterns on the tower's body. If his guess was correct, it should be from the hands of a talisman master. Could it be that this Purgatory Tower itself is also a talisman? In the universe, Fang Chen had seen pagoda-shaped talismans before, but they couldn't compare to the Purgatory Tower at all. The closer he got to the Purgatory Tower, the more he could feel the terrifying power spreading. Crack. The bones in his body made sounds, and his body was tense. The perfect sword body had already been pushed to the extreme, and his physical defense was raised to the strongest. However, every step he took still felt extremely difficult. Is it because I'm too weak? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In fact, his guess was correct. The runes on the tower's body contained the terrifying power of the divine runes of order. If a Void Realm martial artist wanted to pass through their seal and enter the Purgatory Tower, it would be an extremely difficult task. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Fang Chen was moving forward with difficulty, a few disciples entered the Purgatory Tower one after another. When they passed by Fang Chen's side, they gave him a look of surprise. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already persevered in front of the Purgatory Tower for an hour. He was only a step away from the entrance. I finally persevered. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Purgatory Tower, it was too powerful. At this moment, Blue Moon Mana's Lan Jian ascended Purgatory Mountain. Yi! Why would a Void Realm martial artist appear? Lan Jian looked at Fang Chen's back and was a bit puzzled. However, he quickly recognized Fang Chen. Star River manners, Fang Chen? A trace of coldness flashed past Lan Jian's eyes. Then, he leapt up, and with a light tap of his feet, he instantly appeared beside Fang Chen. Audacious thief, trespassing into Purgatory Mountain. Lan Jian deliberately let out a low shout and punched out. Rumble. It was already a bit difficult to resist the Purgatory Tower's runes to begin with, so he was ambushed by Lan Jian. Fang Chen couldn't hold on any longer, and his body directly flew out. Thump thump thump. After leaving the Purgatory Tower's range, Fang Chen did his best to stabilize his body and stared angrily at Lan Jian. Why did you ambush me? Fang Chen was furious. He finally got close to the Purgatory Tower's entrance, but it was actually destroyed by this fellow. Ch, a mere Void Realm martial artist wants to enter the Purgatory Tower. You are truly courting death. Lan Jian sneered. You trespassed into Purgatory Mountain and violated the outer sect's rules. I can immediately execute you. Fang Chen's eyes landed on Lan Jian's clothes. You are a Blue Moon Manor disciple? Fang Chen asked. Blue Moon Manor's Lan Jian. Fang Chen immediately understood. He sneered and said, using your position to avenge a private grudge. Is there any use in quibbling? It is a fact that you trespassed into Purgatory Mountain. Lan Jian's attitude was unyielding. He prepared to take action against Fang Chen. Laughable. I want to see just how you are going to execute me. Fang Chen stood there without moving, his face full of mockery. You, Lan Jian was furious. He immediately took action. Stop. Right at this time, a voice sounded from the foot of the mountain. Then, the elder guarding the Purgatory Tower appeared, stopping Lan Jian's action. No one is allowed to take action in Purgatory Mountain. You dare violate this rule? The red-haired elder berated. Elder, he is at the Void Realm. Trespassing into Purgatory Mountain is a capital offense. Lan Jian hurriedly said. He has the Sword Master token. I was the one who let him in. The red-haired elder said, since you didn't know anything, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lan Jian's face alternated between green and red. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he gave Fang Chen a fierce glare, and then entered the Purgatory Tower. Chapter 21-22. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The red-haired elder naturally understood how important this person was to the Swordmaster, and he had come with his token. It was his fault for something like this to happen in his territory. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, if something really happened to Fang Chen, how would the Swordmaster explain himself? Thank you for your help, elder, Fang Chen said gently. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. I will send you into the Purgatory Tower. The red-haired elder waved his hand and a tyrannical waterfall appeared to forcibly block the light radiating from the runes on the tower. Next, a void corridor appeared. Fang Chen's body gently stepped onto the void corridor and was quickly sent into the Purgatory Tower. Wang. The door of the Purgatory Tower shook, and Fang Chen suddenly felt that he had arrived at a whole new world. Looking around, he curled his lips helplessly. Just by relying on his own strength, he would not be able to enter the Purgatory Tower even if it was so difficult. However, with the red-haired elder making a move, he would be sent here in a matter of minutes. This is the Purgatory Tower? Fang Chen looked around curiously. The Purgatory Tower had a total of 9 floors. Under normal circumstances, Divine Inscription's realm martial artists would start from the 4th floor. The gravity of the first 3 levels was suitable for Void Realm martial artists. However, ordinary Void Realm cultivators were not qualified to enter the Purgatory Tower, so the first 3 floors were usually empty. Rumble. Barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy gushing toward him. BR sword-shaped runes flickered and covered his entire body, raising his defense to the extreme. However, he could still feel the tyrannical power squeezing his body. Fang Chen observed carefully and discovered the wonders of the Purgatory Tower. Although the gravity in the Purgatory Tower was pressing his body, The magical power that had entered his body was changing the nature of his body. Love go little say Wk, is this the so-called change of physique? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The most valuable thing about the Purgatory Tower was that it could change a martial artist's physique into a super powerful special physique. Of course, the probability of this happening was very small. Most of the martial artists' bodies only increased in strength. Their original special physiques were strengthened a little. However, there were also some amazing geniuses who cultivated in the Purgatory Tower and changed their bodies into several super physiques. Fang Chen stabilized the thoughts in his mind and said, "The gravity of the first level is useless to me. On the first level, it was simply a waste of time." His physical strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm. Plus, he'd absorbed 10 divine runes of order. He didn't need to stay on the first level. Soon after, he stepped into the second level. After pausing for a moment, he continued on to the third floor. After arriving at the third level, Fang Chen finally felt some pressure on his physical body. He felt a sense of urgency. Finally, there are some obstacles, Fang Chen said with a grin. However, this kind of hindrance still couldn't put too much pressure on him. Only under pressure could the perfect sword body be changed. Therefore, Fang Chen glanced at the fourth floor without hesitation and plunged in. There were 9 levels in the Purgatory Tower. The first 3 levels corresponded to the Void Realm. The middle 3 levels corresponded to the Divine Rune Realm. The last 3 levels corresponded to the Unity Realm. The highest record for an outer sect disciple in history was the 8th level. The disciple who'd stepped into the 7th level had shaken the entire outer sect. He'd also successfully changed his physique into a super strong sword Dao physique, the murderous sword constitution. This kind of physique could devour sword-type weapons to increase one's sword Dao cultivation. This was also the strongest sword Dao physique that had walked out of the Purgatory Tower so far. On the 4th level. Someone's here? Fang Chen had just entered and found 2 or 3 disciples tempering their bodies. At this moment, Lan Jian also noticed Fang Chen. A sliver of iciness flashed through his eyes. He immediately mocked, "What a lucky bastard. It's already good enough that you can enter the Purgatory Tower, yet you actually dare to come to the 4th floor. Are you looking to die?" Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. Lan Jian was too hostile towards him. "I can go wherever I want. What can you do about it? Are you my son or grandson? Why are you so concerned about me?" Fang Chen retorted. Immediately, the other disciples who were tempering their bodies turned to look at Fang Chen. They were also surprised. Who dared to speak to Lan Jian in such a manner? "Kid, watch your mouth. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because someone is protecting you." Lan Jian's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Boom! A shocking thunderbolt swooped down and bombarded Lan Jian's body. Immediately, the thunder rune around Lan Jian's body flickered. A terrifying force wreaked havoc in the surrounding void. He grabbed with his large hand and immediately grabbed the dense lightning symbol on the surface of his body. Immediately, he threw it at Fang Chen. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen didn't expect Lan Jian to attack him. Damn it. Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. His body flickered and he barely dodged the attack of the thunder rune. Humph, trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Fang Chen snorted coldly and ignored Lan Jian. He plunged into the entrance of the 5th level. Pretentious. You are courting death. Seeing this, Lan Jian sneered. He thought that Fang Chen was afraid that he would attack him, so he forced his way into the 5th level. Even if a Void Realm martial artist absorbed 9 Divine Order runes, it would be impossible for him to enter the 5th level. Even Lan Jian, who had such a strong physical body, couldn't persevere on the 5th level. "I hope you die on the 5th level," Lan Jian said in his heart. Although the other disciples were surprised, they continued to temper their bodies. Dong. The entire world was filled with endless thunderbolts. No matter how Fang Chen dodged, there would be thunderbolts bombarding him. Every time he was struck by lightning, his body would become battered and exhausted. Is this the 5th level? Fang Chen felt that it was difficult to breathe. With his current strength, he could barely persevere on the 5th level. Buzz. Finally, after persevering for 15 minutes, he felt a little weak. Fang Chen hurriedly released 10 Divine Order runes. At this moment, the colorful Divine Order runes lit up the entire sky. The terrifying power of the Divine Order runes formed a light screen that enveloped Fang Chen. Dong. The thunderbolts were still diving down, but with the Divine Order runes as a buffer, it finally felt a little better. The power of the 10 Divine Order runes that broke the limit of the chaotic void was completely exposed at this moment. The thunderbolts contain the aura of the sword principle. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen carefully sensed the aura of the thunderbolts. The sword Dao aura contained in each bolt of lightning was completely different. Every time it struck, Fang Chen would feel a whole new sensation. The Purgatory Tower lives up to its name. Fang Chen exclaimed. After such a short period of tempering, he could clearly feel that the defense of his perfect sword body had improved a lot. If he continued tempering, he would definitely be able to change his perfect sword body into a super strong constitution. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been on the 5th floor for 2 hours. At this moment, on the 4th floor, Lan Jian was very surprised and his eyes flickered. It's been 2 hours. I guess he's been blasted to pieces by the thunderbolts. Lan Jian thought to himself. He did not believe that Yi Futian, who was only in the Void Realm, could persist on the 5th floor. HMPH, Void Realm trash. So what if you have great potential? So what if you're from the Xing River universe? Thinking that Fang Chen might be dead, Lan Jian felt a burst of joy in his heart. This damn guy not only killed Lan Shui and Lan Mo, but also caused Elder Lan to be demoted. Now he was finally dead. Although the Xing River universe is famous in Void Star Heaven, the Xing River ancestor never cares about the warriors from the Xing River universe. He just let them fend for themselves. Thinking of this, Lan Jian was ecstatic. Immediately, he took out an elixir from his arms. This was the elixir that Elder Lan had given him. I hope it works. Lan Jian prayed secretly and swallowed the elixir. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying aura of the sword principle emerged from his body. The effect of the elixir erupted. The thunderbolts in the surrounding sky madly gathered above Lan Jian's head, forming a terrifying vortex. Dawn. Chapter 21-23. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Iron rules were broken by geniuses. Fang Chen's arrival had broken a series of records in the Wuji sword sect. In particular, he had absorbed 10 divine runes of order. In the entire chaotic void, there was no one else who could do so. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration when the sword master said that he was the strongest void realm expert in the chaotic void. Now, it was his first time in the Purgatory Tower, and he had come as a void realm expert, but he had reached the 5th level in one go. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause a commotion. Although he had gained a lot in his first trip to the Purgatory Tower, he had not achieved his expected goal. Fang Chen also thought that he had been too impatient. He had thought that he would be able to change his perfect sword body into a super strong constitution on his first visit to the Purgatory Tower. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, he had indeed been too whimsical. After cultivating on the 5th level of the Purgatory Tower for about 3 days, his perfect sword body had reached its limit and could no longer improve. At this moment, Fang Chen chose to leave. The path of cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Blindly cultivating would not bring about anything. When he left the 5th level and retreated to the 4th level, he happened to see Lan Jian being bombarded by thousands of lightning bolts. The others had already left. Did he break through? Fang Chen looked at Lan Jian in surprise. He had not expected this guy to change so much. His physical body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. After taking a few steps, a thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Blue Arrow sees me as an enemy and has been scheming to kill me all this time. Since we are already enemies, there is no need to hold back. Thinking of this, Fang Chen smiled sinisterly. He quickly approached Lan Jian and the deafening lightning bolts continuously bombarded Lan Jian's body. Buzz. Wild power squeezed in from all directions. At this moment, Lan Jian had reached the moment of transformation and needed a large amount of power. "Chimph, who asked you to be so smug?" Fang Chen quietly activated his perfect sword body and began to absorb the power of lightning around Lan Jian. Just as Lan Jian was about to break through, he suddenly felt powerless. The energy entering his body had weakened significantly. What happened? Lan Jian's expression changed greatly as he looked around. If not for the pills that Elder Lan had given him, it would have been impossible for him to break through. Now that he was finally about to break through, he would not allow any mistakes. However, when he turned around and saw Fang Chen, it was as if he had seen a ghost. "You! How are you still alive?" Lan Jian cried out involuntarily. His heart was in turmoil. This fellow had clearly entered the 5th floor, so how could he be standing right beside him, safe and sound? Could it be? He persisted on the 5th level for 3 days? Upon having this thought, Lan Jian's heart was filled with astonishment. He stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. The thunder in the sky was suddenly interrupted. Not good. At this time, Lan Jian remembered that he was in the middle of a breakthrough. "Bastard, you dare to disrupt my breakthrough?" Lan Jian looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression and roared angrily. However, Fang Chen did not want to pay attention to this mad dog. "You're speaking as if it's true. If you can cultivate here, why can't I?" Fang Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. He continued to increase his speed and quickly absorbed the power in the air. The thunder that had gathered in the sky was gradually disappearing. Once the thunder disappeared, all his previous efforts would be in vain. "No, I don't want to fail," Lan Jian shouted in his heart. His eyes were scarlet as he frantically absorbed the power of the thunder. The vortex in the sky began to operate again. Thousands of thunderbolts bombarded Lan Jian's body. However, only a few seconds later, the vortex stagnated again. The reason was exactly the same as before. Fang Chen, this shameless guy, took away more than half of the power, leaving him with insufficient power. His breakthrough was in a state of stagnation. "I'm going to kill you." Lan Jian roared angrily but did not take action. He was trying to find a way to remedy it. He did not want to give up like this. Rumble. Even though Lan Jian was trying to remedy it, the medicinal effects of the pill were already about to completely disappear. Finally, under Lan Jian's fury, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Lan Jian's body became calm again. Only bits of lightning patterns flickered about. Meanwhile, at this time, Fang Chen already left the 4th layer like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. "Did I fail?" Lan Jian was a bit dazed. He looked at his own body, his mood incomparably irritable. "It's all Fang Chen's fault. He ruined such a good opportunity for me." Lan Jian roared towards the sky. Right now, he viewed Fang Chen as someone he had to kill. "I'm going to kill you." Anyone who had their breakthrough interrupted might enter a state of rage, right? The crazy Lan Jian's face was sinister. He quickly left the 4th layer to chase after Fang Chen. When he appeared in Purgatory Mountain, Fang Chen finally released a breath of relief. With his current strength, he still couldn't completely contend against Lan Jian. When that fella became angry, he was also a bit worried. However, he wasn't scared now. Purgatory Mountain had the red-haired elder, so Lan Jian didn't think he would do anything out of line. Rumble. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, Lan Jian rushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, accumulating all of his power. He immediately erupted, smashing it towards Fang Chen. The battle fluctuations on Purgatory Mountain immediately startled the red-haired elder. The latter appeared out of thin air, sending out a fist, blocking Lan Jian's attack. Then, his large hand reached out, directly suppressing the furious Lan Jian. "Lan Jian, are you treating me like I don't exist?" The red-haired elder said coldly. "Taking action in Purgatory Mountain again and again, do you really think I don't dare punish you?" Lan Jian really was unlucky. If he attacked someone else, then that was that. However, he just had to take action against Fang Chen. How could the red-haired elder let him go? What a joke. The latter came with the Sword Master token, so he had to take special care of him. "Elder, he interrupted my breakthrough, violating the outer sect's rules. The suppressed Lan Jian finally calmed down, hurriedly saying this. I will investigate the truth of the matter clearly. The red-haired elder said, his eyes landing on Fang Chen's body. Elder, I didn't know he was breaking through before either. I was only cultivating normally in the 4th layer. He suddenly took out his anger on me, saying that I absorbed the power in the air, preventing him from breaking through. Fang Chen put on an innocent appearance, slowly saying this. Who was this red-haired elder? He had been in charge of Purgatory Tower for so long. When Fang Chen spoke, he immediately knew the inside story. Even though Fang Chen's methods were a bit close to the edge, not breaking the rules, if they were truly investigated, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. However, the red-haired elder definitely wouldn't do this. Taking action against the rules twice, you are not allowed to take half a step into Purgatory Mountain for a year. The red-haired elder picked up Lan Jian, directly throwing him down Purgatory Mountain. I hate this so much. The miserable Lan Jian crawled up from the ground, his eyes scarlet red as he looked at Purgatory Mountain peak. Are you all right? After the red-haired elder dealt with Lan Jian, he asked with a smile. Many thanks to elder for taking action. This disciple is fine. Fang Chen said. The red-haired elder nodded. As soon as he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately afterwards, he widened his eyes, looking at Fang Chen. Lan Jian just said that you ruined his cultivation. I know that he has always been tempering his body in the 4th layer, could it be that you? When the red-haired elder reached the end, his voice even became a bit emotional. Correct, I indeed entered the 4th layer. Fang Chen calmly said. The red-haired elder was inwardly shaken. He forcefully endured the shock in his heart, giving Fang Chen a thumbs up. Formidable, worthy of being the disciple that Sword Master regards highly. This type of potential really makes me sigh in amazement. Able to enter the 4th layer with Void Realm cultivation. If you continue cultivating, it won't be long before you can change your body into an extremely powerful constitution. The red-haired elder said with a sigh. Fang Chen chuckled, saying with a bit of embarrassment, Elder, actually, I have already entered the 5th layer. When he heard this, the red-haired elder nodded. However, after nodding twice, he suddenly turned around to look at Fang Chen. What did you just say? I have already entered the 5th layer. Fang Chen repeated. You really entered the 5th layer? The red-haired elder was in a bit of disbelief. Fang Chen nodded. When he saw this scene, the red-haired elder roared with laughter. Chapter 21-24. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen's sabotage had ruined Lan Jian's best chance. Lan Jian was furious. After returning to the Blue Moon Mansion, he flew into a rage. Damn Fang Chen. Damn the Star River Mansion. I, Lan Jian, will never forgive you. Elder Lan was rather calm. From Lan Jian's words, he was trying to figure out the intentions of the outer sect's higher-ups. Does the Sword Master really value Fang Chen that much? The Sword Master gave him a token to enter the Purgatory Tower, which only the top 100 of the Wuji Sky Tablet can enter. What does this mean? No matter what angle one looked at it from, the final conclusion was shockingly consistent. The Sword Master valued Fang Chen a lot. After figuring this out, Elder Lan immediately advised Lan Jian to stay calm. Lan Jian, calm down, Elder Lan said in a low voice, the Sword Master values Fang Chen a lot now. We can't do anything to him. Don't think too much about your failure this time. Don't leave behind any inner demons. Elder Blue, tell me, how can I calm down? Lan Jian opened his palm and shook his head. He couldn't calm down. He couldn't calm down. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Fang Chen must die, but not now, Elder Lan said faintly. A sly smile flashed across his eyes. Elder Lan, do you have a countermeasure? Lan Jian was still young. Some things were better left to Elder Lan's foresight. I remember that the Black and White Mansion's Duan He seems to have some grudges with Fang Chen, right? Elder Lan said, after some time, the top 500 disciples of the Wuji Sky Tablet will enter the Wuji space to train. At this point, Elder Lan purposely paused. Elder Lan, what do you mean? Lan Jian blinked his eyes and asked hurriedly. Make a move on Fang Chen in the Wuji space? Elder Lan nodded. The Wuji space would open every year. There were countless inheritance treasures inside. Of course, it was accompanied by danger. This was a place that the Limitless Sword sect had specially created to train their outer sect disciples. Of course, there was a limit to entering. Only the top 500 disciples of the Everlasting Sky Stele could enter. As for those disciples who couldn't enter the Everlasting Sky Stele, entering would be a waste of resources. As for the top 500 disciples, whether it was in terms of potential or strength, they were all very strong. Going in would break the balance. During this period of time, contact some of the disciples with decent strength in the bottom 500. Make them promise to kill Fang Chen in the Wuji space. Elder Blue said, regarding this matter, you can look for Du and Hei. Hearing this, Lan Jian's eyes flickered and he was secretly delighted. Don't worry, Elder Blue. There won't be any mistakes this time, Blue Arrow said. Within the Star River Prefecture. As soon as Fang Chen returned, he felt a trace of danger. What happened? He quickly arrived in front of the secret chamber and sensed a chaotic aura coming from within. Fang Chen's expression changed instantly. Then, he rushed into the secret chamber. Bang! The door of the secret chamber was opened. Fang Chen suddenly saw Star and Moon, dressed in a purple robe, lying in the secret chamber with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her aura was weak, as if she had been severely injured. What happened? Fang Chen came to Star and Moon's side and held her in his arms. He put his finger on her pulse. Backlash. In an instant, Fang Chen realized that Star and Moon had suffered a powerful backlash while cultivating. That was why she was so severely injured. Why would there be a backlash? Fang Chen knew that Star and Moon had the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Old Kuei had once said that there was a high chance of a backlash when cultivating the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to the later stages. This was because the mysterious Yin power and the Phoenix power were two completely different powers. Once one couldn't control them, they would definitely go out of control. Buzz. Fang Chen placed his hands on Star and Moon's back. A wild power instantly entered Star and Moon's body. In the blink of an eye, the unconscious Star and Moon opened her eyes. However, her body was too weak to speak. Don't speak. Fang Chen continued to treat Star and Moon's injuries. An hour later, Star and Moon's condition improved slightly. At this time, Elder He-san and Elder Bai Wu arrived. Fang Chen, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Is there something you need? Elder He-san asked. Elders, please take a look at my wife's injuries, Fang Chen said hurriedly. Elder He-san and Elder Bai Wu took the weakened Star and Moon and carefully examined her. After a long while, their expressions became serious. How is she? When your wife broke through, she suffered an extremely strong backlash. This backlash damaged your wife's internal organs. If she isn't treated, it's very likely that she'll fall ill in the future and stop at the Void Realm, Elder He-san said. For a cultivator, it was unacceptable to be stuck at the Void Realm for the rest of their lives. There must be a way, right? Fang Chen asked urgently. There is a way, Elder Bai Wu said. Not only are your wife's internal organs damaged, but her meridians and primordial spirit have also suffered varying degrees of damage. If you forcefully treat her injuries, you'll definitely suffer a backlash from the two powers in her body, which will worsen your wife's condition. Based on your wife's current condition, the best choice is the Golden Origin pill. Elder He-san nodded slightly, then said, however, the Golden Origin pill is a heaven-opening pill. It will be somewhat difficult to obtain. The Golden Origin pill could nurture the primordial spirit and repair Star and Moon's meridians and organs without activating their powers. Golden Origin pill? Where can I get it? Fang Chen asked. As long as he could treat his wife's injuries, he was willing to give it a try even if he had to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. No one in the outer sect can refine heaven-opening pills. Only the inner sect can do it. However, we don't know the exact situation in the inner sect. Elder He-san was somewhat worried. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that there was nothing he could do. I'll think of a way. After sending the two elders off, Fang Chen helped Star and Moon settle down. You rest well and wait for me to return. Brother Chen. No one understood the two powers in her body better than Star and Moon. When she tried to break through to the divine pattern realm, something happened to her Shenyan Phoenix body, causing the Shenyan power and the Phoenix power to separate, resulting in a powerful backlash that caused her to suffer a backlash. Don't worry, I'm here. Fang Chen gave Star and Moon a comforting smile, then turned and left. Outer Sect, Sword-Shaped Palace. Swordmaster, this disciple has a request. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said to the Swordmaster who was sitting on the throne. Oh, is it about the Blue Moon Manor? The Swordmaster asked. The red-haired elder had already reported to him that Fang Chen had entered the 5th floor of the Purgatory Tower. The Swordmaster thought that was why he had come. Swordmaster, my wife has the Shenyan Phoenix body. When she broke through, she suffered a backlash and is now seriously injured. Her organs are damaged, her meridians are broken, and her primordial spirit is injured. Fang Chen paused for a moment, then continued, I want a golden origin pill. Hearing this, the Sword Master nodded. A golden origin pill could indeed heal such injuries. However, the Sword Master was a little afraid. Fang Chen, the outer sect doesn't have a golden origin pill, only the inner sect has it. As for the inner sect, I can't interfere. As far as I know, Ling Danzi of the inner sect can refine a golden origin pill. However, this person's temper is a little strange. Even if I ask for it, I might not be able to get it. The Sword Master said. Sword Master, can you send me to the inner sect? I will personally ask Senior Ling Danzi for a golden origin pill. Although I know it's a little difficult, I don't want to give up any chance to heal my wife. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. The Sword Master pondered and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, his body trembled. All right, I can bring you into the inner sect. The Sword Master said, as for whether you can get it, it will depend on your luck. Thank you, Sword Master. Fang Chen said excitedly. At the same time, on the stone pillar. Master, why don't you just bestow a golden origin pill to my father? To you, this thing isn't much, right? Fang Shi asked. Ling Danzi's temper is very strange, but his alchemy skills are also very tyrannical. Your father's talent is very strong. Letting him come into contact with some alchemy skills will definitely be beneficial to his future development. Moreover, if he can really succeed, he will definitely benefit greatly. Jian Wuji said. But what if he fails? What about my mother? Fang Shi was a little anxious. Jian Wuji chuckled and said, don't worry. Chapter 21-25. Genius 1 second remember love go little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Ling Danzi's bad temper was well known in the inner sect. Even if the Sword Master wanted to see him, he would often refuse. When he was in a good mood, he would even agree to help an ordinary inner sect disciple. However, if he was in a bad mood, he would not see anyone. Even if you were the sect master of the Wuji sword sect, I will not see you. Of course, even with such a bad temper, he was ignored by people because of his alchemy skills. He was one of the few alchemists in the inner sect who could create heaven-opening level pills. Fang Chen felt as if he had entered an illusion. The scenery around him was beautiful and unreal. Is this an illusion? Even though he knew it was not an illusion, he could not help but ask himself. From this, it could be seen how powerful the inner sect of the Wuji sword sect was. This is the inner sect. You will come here in the future, the Sword Master said with a smile. He knew Fang Chen's potential very well. If there was anyone in the outer sect who was most likely to enter the inner sect, it would be Fang Chen. When you are in front of Ling Danzi, be careful with your words. The Sword Master reminded. Fang Chen nodded. He was quite touched. According to the rules of the Wuji sword sect, outer sect disciples were not qualified to enter the inner sect. However, not only did the Sword Master allow him to enter, he even brought him to see Ling Danzi. After a while, the two of them arrived at Ling Danzi's residence. Who are you? The outer sect Sword Master and disciple Fang Chen are here to see Ling Danzi. The Sword Master said. Soon, the guard went to report. After a while, the guard hurriedly ran out and said, "Sword Master, please come in." Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with joy. Ling Danzi did not refuse, which meant that he was in a good mood. Under the guard's lead, the two of them came to the garden. This garden was very special. It was surrounded by a thick pill fragrance. In the garden's pavilion, there were all the tools needed for alchemy. Normally, Ling Danzi would not allow others to enter the garden. This was where he refined pills and did not like to be disturbed. Ling Danzi. Seeing Ling Danzi from afar, the sword master greeted him with a smile. At a glance, it was a white-bearded old man dressed in black. A wisp of flame danced in his palm. After seeing the flames, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He could feel a fiery aura gushing out from the flames. What a powerful flame, Fang Chen said to himself. Ling Danzi raised his head and glanced at the swordmaster. Then, he lowered his head and continued to refine his own pills. He didn't say a word, and the swordmaster also fell into silence. Just like that, they waited for half an hour. After Ling Danzi finished refining the Dan, he said, "Swordmaster, why didn't you stay in the outer sect? Why did you come to my inner sect?" "Ling Danzi, I'm here to ask for your help." He then pointed at Fang Chen and said, "This is an outstanding disciple of the outer sect, Fang Chen of the Xinghe province." Disciple Fang Chen greets Senior Ling Danzi. Xinghe province? Ling Danzi's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he said, "I don't remember the outer sect having a Xinghe province. Not long ago, Fang Chen came to the Wuji sword sect and the Xinghe province was established." Hearing this, Ling Danzi nodded and said, "Have a seat." The sword master and Ling Danzi sat in the pavilion. "Tell me, what is it?" Ling Danzi asked. "Senior, my wife suffered a backlash when she broke through. Her primordial spirit was damaged, her meridians were broken, and her organs were ruptured. She needs a golden energy pill to heal. I beg you to give her a golden energy pill," Fang Chen said with his fists clasped. Ling Danzi was surprised and fell into deep thought. "Ling Danzi, for my sake, why don't you give him a golden origin pill? To you, a golden energy pill is like an ordinary ingredient." The swordmaster said, "Fang Chen is a rare sword genius in the outer sect. It won't be long before he enters the inner sect. So what if he's a genius? Just because you're a genius, you think you can casually ask for my pills?" Fang Chen didn't expect Ling Danzi to turn against him so quickly. He felt helpless and didn't dare to speak. "Ling Danzi, you," before the swordmaster could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Danzi. "Swordmaster, you can go back first." Ling Danzi waved his hand and said, "I want to talk to him alone." The swordmaster was worried. Ling Danzi said, "Don't worry, I won't eat him." Hearing this, the swordmaster nodded and left. Only Fang Chen and Ling Danzi were left in the pavilion. The latter stared at him and asked, "Are you from the Xinghe universe?" Fang Chen nodded, and Ling Danzi's expression softened. "Your wife's injury should be caused by the backlash of two different forces colliding. If you use a golden energy pill to heal her, it will only treat the symptoms." "Then what should we do?" Fang Chen was a little anxious when he heard this. Ling Danzi took out a blue pill from his arms and handed it to Fang Chen. "This is a blue cloud pill. Its effect is several grades stronger than the golden energy pill. Take it and give it to your wife." This, for a moment, Fang Chen was stunned. Didn't they say that Ling Danzi had a bad temper? Why was he so good to him? Just when Fang Chen was puzzled, Ling Danzi sighed, looked up at the blue sky, and said faintly, "Back then, when I was still a fledgling, someone saved me. At that time, I didn't know anything. I only knew that the person who saved me was very strong. He could kill me with a thought. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody, but he saved me. It wasn't until I became an inner sect alchemist of the Wuji sword sect and came into contact with some secrets of the chaotic void that I learned that the person who saved me was called the Xinghe ancestor." Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. However, he quickly understood. No wonder after knowing that he was from the Xinghe universe, his attitude was completely different, and he even gave him the more precious blue cloud pill. "Thank you, Senior." Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Ling Danzi waved his hand and said, Go back. If one day you can enter the inner sect with your own efforts, you can come here and learn alchemy from me." Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get the pill so easily. Outer sect, Xinghe Prefecture. After Fang Chen gave the blue cloud pill to Star and Moon, the latter's complexion instantly improved. Her body was filled with rich energy, and the meridians in her body were quickly recovering. Her primordial spirit also gradually calmed down. In just half a month, Star and Moon's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, after swallowing the blue cloud pill, Star and Moon could clearly feel that the two forces in her body were no longer conflicting and had merged together. Vaguely, the mysterious Yin Phoenix body seemed to have undergone some fundamental changes. How is it? During this period, Fang Chen had been taking care of Star and Moon and had almost no time to cultivate. "It's much better," Star and Moon said softly. "That's good. Your mysterious Yin Phoenix body is not very stable. When you are qualified to enter the Purgatory Tower, I will take you there to cultivate. By then, your mysterious Yin Phoenix body should improve," Fang Chen said. Star and Moon nodded with a happy smile on her face. After Star and Moon's injuries improved, Fang Chen was ready to continue cultivating in the Purgatory Tower. The last time he tempered his body, he felt that he had reached a critical point. This time, he would strive to make changes to his perfect sword body. After settling Star and Moon, Fang Chen once again went to the Purgatory Tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, he arrived at the 5th floor of the Purgatory Tower. The terrifying power of thunder constantly bombarded his body, and thunder patterns flickered. Fang Chen pushed his perfect sword body to the extreme. His entire body was enveloped by sword-shaped runes, and a light curtain appeared, blocking the bombardment of thunder. After about an hour of tempering, Fang Chen felt that it was about time. He could feel that his perfect sword body was about to change. "It's time." Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes and took out a pitch-black pill from his bosom. When he saw this elixir, Fang Chen recalled his agreement with Ling Danzi. This elixir was called the Heaven Sword Elixir. After swallowing it, it could erupt with a terrifying sword aura, which was helpful for warriors to temper their physical strength. At the same time, Ling Danzi told Fang Chen that it was best to use it in the Purgatory Tower. Of course, Ling Danzi gave him this elixir on condition. After entering the inner sect, he had to be his elixir apprentice for 3 years. His time was more flexible, and he could help out when he had nothing to do. Fang Chen naturally agreed. "Let's give it a try." After making up his mind, Fang Chen swallowed the Heaven Sword elixir. Suddenly, the elixir entered his stomach, and an extremely wild sword aura suddenly erupted, engulfing Fang Chen's entire body. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The rich power of thunder madly surged from all directions, forming a terrifying vortex above his head. The vortex rotated very quickly, and many thunder dragons poked their heads out of it, constantly swimming around the vortex. When the power in the vortex accumulated to the extreme, the thunder dragons suddenly swooped down. Dong. Fang Chen's clothes were directly torn, and his body was bombarded by the thunder dragons. In the blink of an eye, his body was badly mutilated. At the same time, the sword aura in his mind was rapidly increasing. It was said that the longer one could withstand the thunder dragons, the more sword aura he could absorb, and the more powerful his constitution would be. Now, it was just the beginning. Hang in there. Fang Chen's eyes were a little blurry, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to hang in there. Although the perfect sword body was strong, there was an upper limit to its growth. Right now, he urgently needed a stronger physique. Buzz. Every time the thunder dragons bombarded Fang Chen's body, they would automatically disperse, and the thunder aura would dissipate, and the faint sword aura hidden in them would be absorbed by Fang Chen. The entire 5th floor was extremely oppressive. Within the whirlpool, there seemed to be countless lightning dragons, bringing with them a power that made one tremble as they dove down. Chapter 21-26. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Every strike of lightning caused Fang Chen's body to undergo earth-shattering changes. Gargux, however, if he wanted to succeed completely, he would have to pay a huge price. Although Fang Chen's muscles were sore, His aura was still extremely strong. Wang. The sword principle aura around him continued to rise until it completely engulfed Fang Chen. Just as the sword master had said, Fang Chen could be said to be an existence that was extremely rare in the entire chaotic void. His potential was number one in the history of the void realm. In the primal chaos void, he was the first expert to absorb 10 fused divine runes of order. Once he underwent a metamorphosis, he would definitely activate an extremely powerful physique that would cause others to tremble. An endless stream of sword principle comprehension surged into Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, he finally realized how tiny he was in the Sword Dao. Sword Dao. This was also the first time he felt the majesty of the Sword Dao. Whoosh! A shocking sword light pierced through the sky and shot into his body. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky shrank rapidly until it became a palm-sized ball. All the power in the 5th level was gathered in this small sphere. Fang Chen could sense that even a Unity Realm expert would not dare to directly resist the explosive force of this sphere. The power contained within was truly unimaginable. Br Huala. Fang Chen felt that his body was uncontrollably absorbing the small ball, and it was rapidly expanding. What happened? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He felt as if his body was about to explode. Not good. Although he was panicking, there was nothing he could do as his body continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, the small round ball above his head quickly drilled into his brain, as if it had been filled with wisdom. Love go little say wk dong. The entire 5th floor of the Purgatory Tower trembled. Cracks appeared on Fang Chen's body. His face was shriveled and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was struggling on his deathbed. Ah! A miserable shriek came out of his mouth. He was enduring a great pressure. Hold on. His heart was screaming hysterically. He clenched his fists and slammed them on the ground. Huge pits appeared beneath his feet one after another. However, he couldn't care less right now. He felt that the sword-shaped runes were disappearing, and the energy of the perfect sword body seemed to have been almost completely devoured by the small round ball. Is it going to transform? Although he had fallen into madness, there was still some calmness in his heart. When he realized this, he gritted his teeth and activated the last bit of power left in his perfect sword body, sending it into the small ball. Br boom! When the last bit of energy was absorbed, his body suddenly became the most ordinary body. Then, the small round ball exploded. The terrifying power engulfed Fang Chen's entire body in an instant. Dong dong dong! The earth was shaking, and Fang Chen's body was swaying. He had already expanded to a certain level. Under the attack of that terrifying power, the cracks on his bones quickly healed. Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked carefully at this scene. He was extremely shocked. This was because he realized that his body was improving at an unparalleled speed. What a terrifying aura of sword principle. The aura of sword principle in his body was so powerful that even Fang Chen was a little shocked. What kind of constitution is this? He was also very curious. After the perfect sword body disappeared, what had become of his super strong constitution? Finally, after an hour, the most difficult moment was over. The power in the small round ball gradually stabilized in his body. His swollen body also gradually returned to its original state. Only the power that was constantly flowing in his body could prove the pain Fang Chen had just suffered. It's a success. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. Although he didn't know what kind of constitution it was, at least he had succeeded. Now was the time when the perfect sword body and the new constitution were replaced, and it needed time to change. As long as there was enough time, the change could be completed. In the following time, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and breathed a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and waited for the transformation of his body. The movement on the 5th floor of the Purgatory Tower affected the entire Purgatory Tower. Some of the disciples who were cultivating on the first 4 floors were shocked. What's going on? Did someone stimulate a super strong constitution? Oh my god, such a big movement. A super strong constitution must have been born. I don't know which lucky guy it is. Many disciples were talking about it. To be able to make such a big movement in the Purgatory Tower, the super strong constitution must have shocked everyone. Outside the Purgatory Tower, the red-haired elder stared at the situation in the tower with burning eyes. He was in charge of the Purgatory Tower and could see the situation in the tower at a glance. When he saw Fang Chen on the 5th floor, he was also quite shocked. To be able to cause such a big movement, his constitution must not be too bad. After waiting for about 3 days in excitement and curiosity, the red-haired elder finally saw Fang Chen's constitution. He opened his eyes wide, thinking that he had seen wrongly. There is a giant sword condensed by sword chi covering his body, forming the strongest defense. Isn't this the legendary 10,000 swords body? The red-haired elder cried out. His face was full of shock. Ha ha ha, it's really the 10,000 swords body. After confirming it again, the red-haired elder laughed wildly. The 10,000 swords body was a legendary super strong constitution. Even among the sword principal constitutions in the chaotic void, it could be ranked in the top 10. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble with fear. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Purgatory Tower, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a lot of information about the 10,000 swords body emerged in his mind. After briefly checking the information, Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. It's the 10,000 swords body. The 10,000 swords body was many times stronger than the previous perfect sword body. In the chaotic void, it can be ranked in the top 10 among the sword principal constitutions. It's really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Especially after seeing the introduction of the 10,000 swords body, he was extremely shocked. When the 10,000 swords body was activated, his body would be covered by giant swords condensed by sword chi, forming the strongest defense. And when it was used, the 10,000 swords body would automatically release a realm. Within the realm, all sword-type weapons would be imprisoned and unable to be used. Of course, there was a range. Once the opponent's strength exceeded his by too much, the realm would be ineffective. With this 10,000 swords realm, my fighting strength will definitely soar. Fang Chen grinned. Whoosh. With a thought, he released the 10,000 swords realm. Fang Chen could clearly feel some slight changes in the realm. Then, he withdrew the 10,000 swords realm. Finally, it's a success. Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Chen tidied up his clothes and turned to leave the Purgatory Tower. However, when he just arrived at the 4th level, he coincidentally met Lan Xin of the Blue Moon Mansion. Lan Xin was a disciple second only to Lan Jian in the Blue Moon Mansion. His strength was also very strong. Although he was at the bottom of the top 100 on the Boundless Sky Stele, he couldn't be underestimated. Lan Jian couldn't enter the Purgatory Tower for a year, but Lan Xin could. Star River Mansion's Fang Chen? Lan Xin had long heard that Fang Chen could enter the 5th level of the Purgatory Tower, so he wasn't surprised at all. After seeing the latter, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then, he attracted the lightning in the sky to temper his body while he quickly flew toward Fang Chen. Boom! The lightning in the sky bombarded down in a disorderly manner. When Lan Xin approached Fang Chen, the lightning bombarded Fang Chen's body. Caught off guard, a burn mark appeared on Fang Chen's clothes. He frowned slightly and looked at Lan Xin with displeasure. Lan Xin snorted coldly and continued to attract the lightning towards Fang Chen. Rumble. Within a certain range, the lightning continuously bombarded Fang Chen's body. This caused Fang Chen to feel anger in his heart. Blue Moon Mansion's disciple? Fang Chen said. Scram, don't disturb my cultivation. Lan Xin berated. Fang Chen glanced at Lan Xin as if he was looking at an idiot. Then, he sneered disdainfully and turned to leave. Lan Xin, who failed to provoke Fang Chen, was furious. He continued to rush toward Fang Chen. You're really persistent. Do you want to provoke me and make me attack first?